the Wisdom Workshop. We want to especially welcome you to this Wisdom Workshop focused on the land administration in the Sierra Leone. But before I go on, I would like to also thank the people from the Roslyn village, the community where we had our engagement and we had our pilots program, and also the VCSs who were part of it, which you will all be hearing from much later. So we have a video from the chief and the youth of the village, and I would like to just share that with you now so that you get to get their comments about how they feel with our engagements and our involvement in their community. So I hope you enjoy.
Anyway, we the youth of Lucent really we tell you thank you. This team will come for council will right then, and a blessing to we the people as Lucent. Actually, initially yesterday, we start all this process. We see the thing difficult, but at the end, we all see the work we don't do. Where actually everybody don't understand what you all can do. Then we tell them plenty thank you. Then the good work we don't can do. Now we don't understand. We say even say we don't know this say around now. We go able to understand by we say. And so much I do. I know we go talk more. On Gulia with the chief. He said get something for can't tell you now. As we be our youth, we tell you now plenty thank you. Thank you now.
Okay, first of all, we say thank you to you all. You come with your body, because it's on our body back. This work here, now Queensland can begin this work. And we self, the example of them in Kiwi and Oti them in Chelwi, and it don't benefit we. We have been looked out small, on at the Canule. This year, the map no the map on account. But during the process, when I explain to you, don't understand. So now, let's say, fine, the process, no problem. To win a don't satisfy. The just no more now change. Now we can help. So our accounts do the process we self to appreciate gladly. It look like say we self don't get small understanding. And the youth them back who work out now, then self don't understand how the process to do. So we tell them
Okay. So that's it. The comments from the community. I know, Roshni, you don't worry. We'll get an interpreter to talk about to give an interpretation of what they have just said. So I have one of the VCS here, Sylvester, who will quickly do a run through of the interpretation of what the youth and also the representative of the chief just said in the video. So, Sylvester.
Yes, Roshni, how are you? If I should just comment on what the youth leader said and the head of the community is that they were happy to receive the technology, the smart land map and the pen map and the catalyst. They said that it's indeed a blessing to them as a community. And initially they were having challenge as to how to interpret their features on the map. But with the sensitization that we gave them, they said that they have understood the technology and they have embraced it. So they are looking forward for more, for further activities in their community.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sylvester. So that's it from the community. Now, I'll quickly move to Roshni to play the welcoming from the FIG president, that's Dr. Diane. So Roshni, please, can you do the recording? Can you play the recording before Jobo do his own welcoming?
Absolutely. Bear with me for one moment while I share my screen.
Dear Chair of Young Surveyors organising team of this workshop, dear friends and colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. You know, it's always a pleasure to be invited to extend my greetings on a platform organised by you. The theme of your wisdom workshop, which is building capacity in Sierra Leone tenure security, is so very, very appropriate and timely as we start our new FIG 4-year term. Because surveying is not only about serving our clients, it's also about serving a society as recognized experts in the whole scope of land management, land administration, and of course the connected engineering, surveying and mapping activities. So your VCSP initiative is very much proof of this, and with your collective commitment. You know, since VCSP started, and at times I've had the privilege to actually engage with a number of you, I am impressed what you have done, what you continue to do, and what you plan to do going forward. Your initiative, you know, to the new FIG theme fits so very well. This theme of tackling the global challenges. And you are demonstrably showing the relevance to society of our profession. And, you know, above all, you're demonstrating the 3 key pillars, as I'd like to say, of what we as members of FIG do as a result of the FIG platform. So there is your professional development that you're showing, specifically in this current case, using your skills in land tenure and administration. The next pillar, which is that capacity development one, in this instance, I suppose, you have just finished your MOOC, which started a few days ago, and therefore clearly striving to build that capacity. And then the third pillar, as I like to see them, is the global development, and where you are working across all world regions and utilizing, you know, FIG's partnership with strategic partners such as GLTN. So as I say, the upcoming FIG term is going to be underpinned by the vision, and you'll hear this a lot, that surveyors serve society for the benefit of people and planet. And I would like to add, and will be adding quite a lot, in partnerships. So I do hope that you are going to have fruitful deliberations during this workshop. Above all, that proving surveyors can advance discussions of critical importance, inspiring positive change, as I know all of you do regularly, but in countries such as Sierra Leone. And this will also inspire positive and sustainable change for a prosperous and inclusive future for all. So now I'm going to say I will leave it there, but please accept my apologies for having, you know, I already had a pre-scheduled assignment. So I'm so sorry, truly sorry, not to be able to join you all, because I would love to have done. So all I can say, young surveyors, I strongly support you. I congratulate the organisers for actually bringing this together, not only the MOOC, but also the Wisdom Workshop. So I wish you all the best. I'm going to very much look forward to hearing all about the outcomes of your deliberations in due course. For now, goodbye.
Thank you, Roshni. Yeah, that's I'm Diane, the FIG president. FIG is International Federation of Surveyors. So quickly we'll move to Jobo, who is the director at the Ministry of Lands in Sierra Leone, to do his welcoming.
My understanding was welcoming first. Okay. So thank you very much, David.
We're very much happy to be here, and I'm happy about the team of young people we're seeing around. We had hoped that we will get more of young people to participate in this program. Good morning, gentlemen and ladies. I bring you greetings from the Honorable Minister. He's really also very passionate about what we are doing here today, being that it's training of young people. So on behalf of the management of the Ministry of Lands, I want to welcome you all to this very important capacity building session for Sierra Leone land tenure security. Okay.
So thank you very much, Mr. Jobo Samba. So that's just the welcoming first. So the next, he will still be doing his presentation to tell us the history, and same with Mr. Joseph. So quickly now, we want to do, Roshni will be handling that section now, which is the Metimeter. So Roshni, over to you.
Thank you very much, David. So what we are going to do now is I would like you all to be able to please go to your devices, whether it is your phone or your laptop, and please go to www.menti.com and use the code 27766915. So these are the details that are at the top of this screen here. If you have access to the chat, you can directly click on that link in the chat there. And what we will do is I would like to please, we'll start at the beginning.
Roshni, okay. Yeah, don't worry.
Sorry. So what we will do is we have a series of very short 5 questions that we would like you to please answer for us. So the first question is, in what country are you located right now? So this could be, this is obviously, you just type in the response and it should be, there we go. So we've got some people coming in from Nigeria, Kenya, Nairobi, Uganda, Ghana. Fantastic. Israel, wonderful. Sierra Leone, great. Wonderful. Denmark, great. And as you can see, Nigeria and Uganda are the 2 largest names on the screen, followed up by Sierra Leone. So we have quite a lot of people from Uganda and Nigeria. Wonderful. We can see some more coming in, Abuja. So that's great. In Nigeria, Namibia, wonderful. So please take another few minutes. If you have not yet joined the Mentimeter, you can see the code at the very top of the screen, www.menti.com, and you use the code 27766915. And you can also, if you have access to the chat, please do follow the link in the chat. So it's really great to see here that we have quite a spread of attendance across Africa and a couple of people coming in from around the world here. Fantastic. So we have 20 people who have answered this question. We'll just move on to the next slide now. You should be able to answer on the same screen now. Just a quick icebreaker question to help us to get to know each other. What famous person, living or dead, would you invite to dinner? Everyone's still thinking? Elon Musk, good answer. Barack Obama, wonderful answer. Roshni, anyone is very welcome to invite me to dinner. I'd be honored. Michelle Obama, Steve Coast, my mom and my dad. That's really sweet. Yeah. My mentor, Kwame. This is lovely. We've got some great answers coming through here. Oluwatoyin, yep, Steve Jobs, Nelson Mandela. This is amazing. Sarah Jakes, William Shakespeare, Maya Angelou, great answer. Mia Ammons, Gaddafi, Stephen Hawking, Rob Baden, great answers coming through. Myself, I love it. Wonderful. Fantastic. And so now we'll quickly move to the next question. So on your screen, you should be able to see the next slide, which is you can tap on the screen, not necessarily which country you're in now, but where you were born, the country of your heritage. Okay, we've got some dots coming here.
I think the dots are too wide. They're too big. We can like minimize them to where we are from.
They are pretty big. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Broadly, maybe broadly which country or even which region of Africa or the world you're from. You're right, the dots are very big. And my apologies about my dogs barking in the background. They're very energetic. They keep me busy, but they're lovely. Amazing. So we have quite a lot of people joining from Africa, which is great. We have a couple of people joining from other parts of the world as well, Europe, around Fiji, New Zealand area, and also from America or Canada there. Great, so we'll move on to the next slide now. So we're going to take a quick history just before we enter the next session. So the first question here is, how much do you know about Sierra Leone? Great, we've got some good answers coming here. Amazing. So it looks like we have a fair amount of people in the room who have at least some basic idea about the situation in Sierra Leone. We have a couple of people who may not be too familiar, and we have a couple more people who know quite a lot. So this is really useful for our presenters here. And then our next question here. No, that's it. That's all we have right now. So back to you, David, for our next session.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Roshni. So the next now is to talk about the history in Sierra Leone as it concerns the land administration and the customary law, the customary land law, the results of poor land records, and the attempt to fix, which has to do with the reform, the VGGT journey, and the legislative aspect of land administration here in Sierra Leone. But first, to start with, we have two people who will be doing justice to this, and the first is it's going to be Joseph Rahal from Green Scenery, who is also online. Then next is going to be Jobo Samba from the Ministry of Lands. So Mr. Joseph, if you can hear me, can you please turn on your video and turn on your camera and your audio? You have the floor for 10-minute presentation. Thank you very much. Your mic is muted.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Thank you.
Good morning. We can hear you. Good morning.
You can hear me. Great. Sorry, I was not able to prepare anything because I'm really tied down with so much on my table. And I really did assure that I give 10 minutes of some presentation. And thank you very much for putting Jobo on my side, because he's definitely going to be the person to close up the gap. But just quickly, historically, regarding land issue and perhaps land reform in Sierra Leone, it's a long journey. And that journey really started with this whole issue of a conference in Britain that was really supported by the British government and brought together businesses around the world to look at Sierra Leone and see how much investment they can put in. And during that meeting, land became one of the issues that was discussed, that we had ample swaths of land, and it would be a good thing for possible investment. That was 2009. By the time you know it, in 2010, we started getting investors becoming very interested in the land sector. And during that moment, we started, as a civil society organization, we started getting uneasiness from certain parts of the country with regards how investors we are working, and how, I mean, in relation to the local people, the local authorities there. And I'm not going to call specific regions, but that happened across. And to skip all of that, by 2011, we had a total of 500,000 hectares that was now either being negotiated for or was actually in the hands of investors. Now, our concern at that time was that we as a country, we are not prepared. We are not strong enough to start allowing investors to just come into the sector to take up land. And so we engaged the Ministry of Agriculture at that time and said, look, we need to do something and get some regulations to be able to manage this influx. But then the answer we got from the crops, the director of crops at that time is dead now. May so rest in peace. He said, well, when we get to that bridge, we'll fix it. You know, meaning that they are going to go ahead, and when there are errors, where the errors are, and at the end of the day, they'll try to fix the errors. Now we came, you know, by the time we got to 2013, 15, there was already something like close to 20% of the land area of the country in the hands of investors. Either they were negotiating for those pieces of land, or they were already, they've already done some agreements. And that's the situation. But then they started to have resistance from communities, you know, organizations and people started resisting the takeover of their lands from Putloko, from Pujaum, and we started coming in as an organization to understand what was happening. So briefly, the history of that. So around the same time, and Jobo will correct me on that when he's presenting, just around the same time, the UN was also, UNDP was also interested in developing a land policy. I'm not going to delve into that too much, Jobo will do that. But that land policy came up, and alongside that, at the international forum, there was also the development of the VGGT, and FAO was really taking the lead at that time. That was something somewhere around 2012 or 11, and by 2013, 14, the VGGT was now done, and it was now a document, a standard that countries can implement. I was lucky to be in the launch of the VGGT in Berlin, and interestingly, my Minister of Agriculture at that time, Joseph Sise, was also there. And in that meeting, we had information that the German government was willing to part with some money for countries to start implementing the VGGT. And so we prevailed. The director of SILNOF and myself prevailed on the minister to approach the government, to approach the Ministry of Agriculture to take on the implementation process. So that was how Sierra Leone came in to the implementation of the VGGT. And that was how FAO came in, because FAO was the lead organization with that standard. And locally, at the national level, Green Scenery, along with its partners, ALAT, and everyone, started the implementation at the level of civil society, not at the government level. We were there running with the voluntary guidelines to communities that we work with, so that they understand that this standard is there and that there are new good things coming up in the sector that will help, really reduce this whole conflict in the land sector between communities, the local leaders, the local chiefs, and so on, and the communities as well. So those were the happy moments that we shared with communities, and so that was where we are able to reduce the tension between communities and investors. And if we are really not there, the tensions will have mounted. Not Green Scenery alone, but civil society, who are really running with the VGGT. We did a lot of things: documentary, direct interface, radio discussions, direct Bari meetings, meetings with chiefs, and so on. So we even had the opportunity of having 2 sets of paramount chiefs meeting, one in Bo and one in McKinney. So for the chiefs to also understand all of the dynamics that are coming up, including also the development of the land policy. So speedily, I will skip all of the other parts, but interestingly, what came up was that we were able to develop this technical working group with Jobo we talk about, and that started with FAO. And luckily, we were part of the technical working group, and we've been part of that technical working group since its inception by FAO in the early days, which I think was 2013, if my memory serves me well. So Green Scenery has been with the process. Now, the idea was to see how we can really get the land issues in the voluntary guidelines into the policy. By so doing, civil society thinking, we were saying, well, how can we domesticate this process? How can we, domesticate the VGGT, because it is an international standard, but it has to be brought to at some point into our system, so that it is naturally implemented without referring to the VGGT. So that was how we worked, and we were able to work with the government, thanks to the ministry and all of the officials, including those in the technical working group and FAO, who actually spearheaded this process. Eventually, we were able to get 90% of the critical issues in the voluntary guidelines in the land policy. And I'm very sure today, many of these issues are still in the law, but Jobo will speak to those ones. In addition, we have been struggling. How do we get the other part of the VGGT? There's the forestry aspect of it, and there's also the fisheries aspect of it. We have not been able to get things done, but I think that perhaps in this conversation, we'll be able to figure out how we can bring on board the fisheries and the forestry, so that they are also part of, mainstream into our regulations or into our laws, So then the issue of mapping came around. How do we map? FAO was kind enough to have brought in a conference where some of us attended, and we were really happy to run with the initiative. And that initiative was solar, the solar tablets, which is an open source thing. After a while, the FAO got some support, and we were supposed to implement as a pilot to implement the solar principles and practices as a measure of trying to do land maps in communities. And so we are giving that responsibility to deal with the local axis of the land mapping. And I'm very glad that Rosint really recognized our effort with them. And you were lucky because Greenstone had already established some rapprochement with that community. Otherwise, it might have been difficult for you to do that entry point. And I'm telling you, because it took us a very long while to get the entry point, to get us to get into the communities to do the map. It could have also costed you the same time and energy. But thank God we had laid that foundation, and you ran with it. But yes, so speaking quickly to the mapping exercise, which is something I will talk about, and I'm sure that you have already gone to the communities, you've seen how communities will react. But on the flip side, because you benefited from our work, I will just go through the things that perhaps we need to understand. And I'm very sure you also are already planning that, or you also have knowledge of it. The issue of
Joseph,
community.
just to let you know, maybe we wrap up in about a minute, please.
Yeah, I'll give you a minute. So things that you need to know is, how do you enter communities? It's very important. And that one is not a magic one. You have to figure out that for yourself, and you need to let communities understand exactly what you want to do with the land. Otherwise, you'll be seen as some spooky man who wants to take over their land and sell it off to investors. We got that experience. And second is how to do your boundary marks, your harmonization. I'm sure you may have experienced that in the field. Harmonization is very, very important, and I'm very sure Jobo will talk a little bit about that as well. But that confidence and the trust building is very important. If you don't build trust, and I'm sure some of our colleagues ended up having those problems in the implementation, and the exercises were not as successful as how they would have loved it, or as how we were able to accomplish ours. So, quickly, that is what I will say, and perhaps question times will come, and I will be open to answering some of your questions. Thank you very much for your time and for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Joseph. We really appreciate it. And there's, I can attest to it. We benefited from the contribution of green sceneries for community sensitization, and it was really helpful to us. So I'll move quickly because we're running out of time. We just have 20 minutes for this section, and it was supposed to be splitted in 10 minutes. So I'll quickly go to Mr. Joseph Saba. Mr. Jobo Saba for his own presentation. I'll try to share his presentation on the screen for everyone to see now. Thank you.
For participating in this. So what I'm going to show you very quickly is really the history of land governance, and why we are doing this is so that you, as young people, you get to appreciate exactly what we have been doing, why we have been doing it, and the need for young people to get involved and begin to participate in the process. So essentially, the entire reform. Oh, what's that? Okay. My laptop is freezing. Okay, so I'll just. Yes, yes. So essentially, yes, let's do the reform as we have as we have heard from Mr. Rahab. The reform started with the implementation of the voluntary guidelines, and we are made to understand that in 2012, sometime in 2012, I mean, a guideline was endorsed by the Committee on World Food Security, and so that voluntary guidelines is what we took in 2014, and we began to implement it. So the reform and the work around land reform in Sierra Leone started with the implementation of the voluntary guidelines, which started, as we could see there, in February 2014. So in February 2014, it was FAO that was providing technical support to the government of Sierra Leone. And then we also have had some small money, which we have mentioned, from the Federal Republic of Germany. We commenced and launched the implementation of the voluntary guidelines. And then sometime in March 2014, the government saw what was going on, and the government committed to the implementation process by signing the G7 Land Partnership Agreement. And then as a result of the first awareness raising workshop, which was held here in Sierra Leone in April 2014, what we call a multi-stakeholder platform was born, it was established. So the multi-stakeholder platform, when we say a multi-stakeholder platform, this involves every stakeholder from society. I mean, looking at CSOs, looking at MDAs, different MDAs, the private sectors, traditional leaders, so on and so forth. So we had this multi-stakeholder platform that what I normally will refer to it is as the parliament of tenure governance, land governance in the continent. So what we will do every year, this multi-stakeholder platform, we will bring everyone together every year in a 2-day conference. In a 2-day conference where everyone is there. People from the provinces, land users, landowners, the different MDs, the environment people. We will sit in a conference and interrogate exactly what we have done as a nation in terms of land governance that year. And then the next day, we will make recommendations on how we want to see the governance of land governance and natural resources specifically. The following year, these recommendations will be sent to the various MDAs, I mean, for implementation. So now, what is the voluntary guidelines? We started implementing the voluntary guideline Voluntary guidelines and vigility actually means, voluntary guidelines on the responsible governance of tenure. So responsible, underline the word they are responsible. It's not only governing the tenure governance in any way, but it has to be in a responsible manner. Responsible manner, what does that mean? It means that when you are governing, when you are managing, it has to be the benefits, people's benefits. People have to benefit. Everyone has to be involved. And that's so on and so forth. So that's what it means. It means the responsible governance of tenure of land, fisheries, and forests. So it was really, the VCSP implementation was really now concentrating on natural resources. But because these natural resources also have other dimensions as well. For example, how do women benefit from all of this? What's the legal framework within which the management of these natural resources take place? What are the recourse mechanisms? How do you settle disputes and that sort of thing? So the VGC was not only limited to these natural resources, it was also looking at how gender, it was also looking at recourse, and then also looking at the legal framework, because all of these really happen within the legal framework. So, with the establishment of the multi-stakeholder platform, we have been seeing that, communities, local authorities, and traditional, good one step. No, you're going too fast.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go back.
Yes, I'm still there. So we have been seeing, we every year we'll get about 100 participants. People come together and we discuss the issues relating to land. And this is what we want everyone here to get involved into and know exactly what is happening in terms of these governance issues. So we have held a couple of these conferences, and the last one was in 2018 and that sort of thing. So the multi-stakeholder platform consists of, as I've said, various stakeholders. Let's go to the next slide. So what is that doing for us? It's ensuring that we have effective collaboration and communication between various stakeholders. Don't forget, management of natural resources, the mandates do not sit, if the mandate is not only with one institution, it's with different institutions. And for effective and efficiency, there has to be effective communication between all of these players. Effective communication between all of these players to make sure that you are managing very, very well. So it was promoting collaboration between local authorities, the people in the communities, so on and so forth. And why is that important? Because one, if you want to alleviate poverty, that's where everything starts. Food security. Yeah, achieving food security starts with good tenure governance. If we want to, all of the climate, the climate change events and the environmental issues are not unconnected with what is happening and how we are governing land. So if we are to collaborate well and manage our natural resources, then we should be able to address climate change and food security. So these are the bottom line. These are the essence why we think that, collaborating very well in terms of natural resources governance in the country will help us to address some of these issues. And then also, the multi-stakeholder also now created a space where people now can come and discuss their land rights. Communities can come to these conferences. They will be in these conferences. They will say, tell government, you have government officials, and the ministers also are also there as well. So we have everyone there. And then communities will have opportunity to interface with authorities directly and tell them exactly what the issues are with tenure governance, so on and so forth. And this is a really very good practice. This is something we are going to continue and we want to continue doing. So okay, go to the next slide. So now, to support this multi-stakeholder platform, we now establish what we call an institutional framework. So the institutional framework is made up of a secretariat that is hosted at the Ministry of Lands, and then we have the technical working group, So we call it a technical working group for the voluntary guidelines. We have the technical working group, steering committee, interministerial task force, and then the multi-stakeholder. So how does this work? The technical working group now consists of members from different institutions, but these are mainly technical people. Say Ministry of Lands, Ministry of Fisheries, Forestry, the Paramount Chiefs, private sector, so on and so forth. Ministry of Environment, all of this, including the CSOs in the provinces, Namati, Vincini, all of these people you are seeing. So what we do at the technical working group, we meet every month. And when we meet each month, what we do is to discuss technical issues that are cross-cutting, that are affecting, natural resources governance in the country. And we look at ways on how we can address those issues. Now, the structure is organized in such a way that those issues that we don't have the mandates to address, we will now escalate it to the steering committee. But over the time, we have merged, because it was the same people in the steering committee and the technical working group. We have merged the steering committee and technical working group as one group. So now we have merged technical working group and steering committee, the interministerial task force, and the MSP. So these technical people will meet and look at the issues, cross-cutting issues, those issues that they cannot address, we cannot address. It's escalated to the interministerial task force. Interministerial task force, this is where the ministers meet. So every 6 months they will meet and they will discuss those issues that they really are pressing, that the technical working group and the steering committee cannot address. These issues will be escalated to them. The interministerial will also take decisions based on critical activities. For example, when we were doing the National Land Commission and Customary Land Right Law, the interministerial task force was really very crucial and important in getting that through. So once the interministerial task force has met, then the next will be the multi-stakeholder platform that I have just explained. So this is the mechanism for supporting the multi-stakeholder platform. So with all of this, some of the things we have been able to achieve, and one is finalizing the national land policy, which was done in November 2015. So all of the principles, so we have said the voluntary guidelines is for responsible tenure governance. It also consists of, it helps governments on how we can safeguard the rights of people to access or to own land, natural resources. It also gives us principles on how we can manage some of these natural resources. So all of these principles, all of these guidelines, we now, adopted them, and then we imported them into the national land policy. So it was really at that time, and it was really timely, that we were able to finalize the national land policy basing it on the principles of the voluntary guidelines. Now, the national land policy was mainly for us we all understand exactly the chaotic nature of land governance in this country. It's an open secret, everyone understands it. So what the national land policy was going to do for us, it was going to help us address these issues. Those are the recommendations that were enshrined in the national land policy. And one major one was, how we can clarify and protect customary land rights. This is something we have never done in this country, and it was really highlighted and captured very boldly in the national land policy that the government of Sierra Leone has to, in addition to other provisions like, reviewing the laws, developing new laws, setting up structures and that sort of thing. One bold one was, how we can protect customary land rights. And we do understand in this country that 95% of the land mass of this country is under customary tenure, or even more than that. It's only a very small fraction that is under the freehold system, which provides for individual ownership. But good number, large chunk of them. So, for us, clarifying and protecting customary land rights, if you can achieve that, then you have achieved land rights for almost over 90% of the entire country. So we started immediately to see how we can test that. That's where the mapping came in, and seed money, technical support came in from FAO as well, where we were able to use a fit for purpose technology that is called open tenure. I emphasize on the word fit for purpose because these are not conventional straight-jacket surveying procedures. It's a procedure that we utilize. We go into the field, capture the land rights of people, record that, and then see how we can put those on a map. So we did that work, and in 2018, about 12,000 acres of family land were mapped across 4 chiefdoms. So this was just a pilot. And then in 2019, we did about 21,000 acres of family land across 4 chiefdoms as well. So what we were doing, one, is to test how we can protect customary land rights, but also we were also using the lessons learned in the field to now inform, because we also had a legislative aspect of it, which was one, to develop a National Land Commission law, and then 2, to develop a customary land right law. So the lessons we learned were really very useful in informing the development of the 2 legislation, particularly the customary land rights law. So these are some of the key achievements under this, and all of this work now will be culminated, resulted into the Sierra Leone Land Administration Project. You are now sitting in the conference hall of the Sierra Leone Land Administration Project, which is being supported by the World Bank. So if you go to the next slide, you will see.
Jobo, if you could please finish up in the next minute, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. So the Sierra Leone Land Administration, that's just a brief background of the Sierra Leone Land Administration, but it has 4 components. One component is legal and institutional reform. The other component is developing a land information system. We don't have one. The other component is land title registration, registering, recording and registering land title in Western area, in urban areas, and in the provinces. And the 4th is just project management. The 5th component is an emergency component. Now, if you look at component 1, it is institutional and legal reforms. You will notice that all of what we are doing have legal implications. So there are laws we have to develop. We have to develop new laws. For example, what we want to do, we want to move from registering of conveyance to registering of instruments. So for us to do that, we have to develop the law. That's what that component is dealing with. And that component is also dealing with and helping with, establishing, because the National Land Commission law says we have to establish a National Land Commission. So the component 1 of this project is going to support the establishment of the National Land Commission. And then component 2 is land information system. We will develop a unified land information system that will support registration services, because we want to do registration, and will also support cadastral services. And under this, what we are also going to do is to prepare new base maps and also install what we call continuous operating reference system, which is actually to now improve on the accuracy of surveying in the country. Currently, there are really problems with the methods and our surveying and mapping procedures in the country. So go to the next slide. And the 3rd one is where we are going to really do systematic registration of land parcels under customary tenure and also under the freehold tenure as well. So the objective here is to now get a comprehensive land information system of land records in the country. That we can refer to when we want to make decisions or inform our management systems moving forward. Okay, so now please, Goshni, when it's okay, you can tell me.
No, I think you were supposed to come to the next section also. So we'll just allow you to finish so we don't engage you on the next section.
Okay.
Take your time, Jobo. Thank you.
So if you go to the next slide, so these are the things I was explaining: the institutional development, the legal framework, sensitization, and all the rest of it. So go to the next slide. the land information system, doing the base mapping, doing cadastral mapping, and establishing new geodetic, system, which will involve the course, what we call it's a continuous operating reference system. So what it does is it provides opportunity for surveyors to have accurate information regarding the coordinates that you collect in the field. Of course, we know the problems now. The handheld GPSs and the phones we are using, they are not really that very accurate. If you want to do a very accurate system, so that's what we are going to establish. It will be established around. So when you are now doing your survey, you can utilize that information, and then you go ahead and have a very accurate result. Go to the next slide. So yes, land title registration, we are going to do all of that, systematic registration, go in the provinces, so on and so forth. Okay, so component 4 is just project management that involves, the safeguards, environmental issues, procurement, fiduciary, recruitment, so on. And component 5 is really very interesting. It's good that you understand this. Component 5 is a component that is to respond to emergency, right? It has no resources, but it becomes activated immediately when there is disaster in the country. For example, in 2017, when you have disaster, that component will be activated immediately so that the country will get the required resources to be able to respond to that. That's why that component is there. So let's go to the next slide. What are the things we have achieved so far? So, we have set up the project coordinating units. All of the staff have been, majority of the staff are now in place to start the implementation of the project. Where we are now sitting is the conference center of the land information system, so on and so forth. And as I have said, all of this we have talked about, one, has legal implication. So for us to really understand exactly how this work is going to be affected by all of this, there was what we call a legal gap analysis. That was to identify all of the gap in the legal system and identify the new laws that we need to do in order to be able to meet this ambition. You see, this is really it's a huge undertaking. It's a very huge ambition. There are gaps and lacunas in the system that you might need to close. For example, if you want, an accurate surveying, you have to review the Surveying Act to provide for those modern and up-to-date equipment. So that's why we did that. So a legal gap analysis was done, and that has been completed. It identified all of the laws we have to review. It identified all of the new laws we have to produce, and it also sequenced those as well. So services for comprehensive digital land records and archiving managing system. Of course, digital land records. We know we are generating a lot of information, and the problem now we are having, those people, for some of us who are really familiar with what is happening in the ministry, you see, we are keeping all of those records in hard format, in paper format, and that is eating up space. So this study is to do an assessment on how we can do a digital land records, and then also come up with a strategy, come up with a strategy for digital archiving. How, instead of archiving in paper-based, how we can archive digitally. This work has not been completed yet. Because the consultant dealing with it is sick at the moment. And there was also a consultancy for, when you look at all of land processes, there is a business component to it. It has a business aspect. So this consultancy is the business re-engineering component, was to look at the business processes of what is happening currently in the land sector, review those, and re-engineer those to be effective and to be cost effective and efficient. Currently, those business processes are not really efficient. So what that consultancy is going to do for us is to re-engineer those business processes to be cost effective and efficient, and then also develop terms of reference for us that we can use, for the development of a land information management system. And then also we had also, which has been completed, that study has been completed. I mean, all of the reports are now in, these are being reviewed by the PCU and also the World Bank as well. For index cadastral maps. So there was a consultancy firm. The index cadastral maps currently for Sierra Leone is not in place. They are old and outdated and they are scattered all over the place. We don't even have one. So there was a consultancy service to assess the index cadastral maps that we have. And also this consultancy was also to prepare a plan for us that we can use to develop new cadastral index map. This consultancy also have been completed. The report is being reviewed by both the PCU and the World Bank. And then we have a consultancy firm for the legal framework, locational analysis. This consultancy work is to identify in which area land parcel that we are to locate the land commission. The land commission will be located in Western area, Freetown, and then in the provinces in the north, northwest, east, south. So this consultant identified those areas, and that also has been completed. And then the annual work plan, which has for starting of all of these have been completed, and they have been approved by the project steering committee. Go to the next slide. Let's see what's there. Okay, so these are some of the things. The next steps. Some of the things we want to do. Some of them is to, for example, the National Land Commission and Customary Land Rights Law. I mean, the spirit of those laws, we really need to understand that. One is for protection of customary land rights. Two, I mean, promote responsible investment. Three, ensure that we remove discrimination in all forms, you know, and that sort of thing. So that's the spirit of the two new laws that we have developed, right? And these two new laws are also proposing that we have to move from registration of instruments to registration of title. Of course, we do understand exactly that what we are registering now is instrument, which is the conveyances. We want to move away from that. So for us to be able to do that, we have to develop land title registration law. We need to develop the National Land Policy regulation, I mean, to be able to implement the National Land Commission currently. And then also we have to develop customary land rights regulations. And then also we are to begin capacity building. I mean, this capacity building is really very much interesting. And this is something you need to understand a little bit. So the capacity building assessment, as we said, has been done, completed. There was an assessment to assess the capacity. If you look at all of this that we want to do, this undertaking is really very huge and it will require a lot of capacity. It will require a lot of capacity, one, to implement. Two, what happens after the implementation? How do we get the capacity to sustain it? So there was a study which has been completed, one, to assess the capacity in the land sector, including everyone, all of the institutions. We went to the training institutions, the paramount chief, so on and so forth. Everyone in the chain, in the management chain, all of those capacities were assessed, and then a training plan was developed. Now, this training plan has about 3 categories. One category is to train in country over 900 people. Over 900 people will be trained in Sierra Leone on various land management and administration courses. So that's an opportunity that is there. And this is something, so from this, we see that the opportunity is right at our doorstep. This is something we have to key into. So all of these training opportunities are there. There are also training opportunities for overseas training and visits, benchmarking. There are also opportunities for learning opportunities for internship for very close to 120 people, and this will be spread over a period of 6 years, and so on and so forth. So these are the opportunities that are embedded in the capacity building plan that has been developed by the project. So this will be my last slide, but I will end up with saying that of course, all of these efforts is being supported, is being developed by the government of Sierra Leone through the Ministry of Lands, but it's supported by the World Bank. It's the total cost is a grant of $41.1 million, and all of these aspirations is envisioned to be implemented over a period of 6 years. And this is why this is starting. This is why we want all of you as young people to get involved and be part of the process. So I thank you very much for now. I'll rest my case.
So thank you very much, Mr. Thank you very much, Mr. Jobo. We appreciate that was very detailed. So we decided that we should let you take your time so we know the panel section, we just have to touch some other aspects then. So we next now is to go into the panel section, and here we'll be having Linus from World Bank. Rashni, is Linus on the call?
Yes.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, okay, yeah. So we'll also be having Amit. I know Amit is here. Then do we have a representative from Hila? Maybe.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah. Okay, you're here too. There's one on the call. So which of you would agree to talk? You or the one on the call?
No.
The one on the call. Okay, no problem. No problem then. So we'll be talking on so you have just 2 minutes for your presentation, for your introduction. In all, we have 40 minutes to use for this section. And the three of you will just do a 10-minute presentation, then 1 minute for your introduction. Then you talk about what is the regulation, what is the status of UAV regulation? Then is there a notable change in the process ease of using a UAV currently in maybe in Sierra Leone or from your experience? What implementation or approaches are you using to make sure that access to land and tenure security is equal to all? And how can we measure the readiness of the people to accept this method? So, and what practice are going to be adopted to secure equal gender rights to land ownership? And then I think the healer will also talk about also the involvement of the young ones in some of these activities. So that's what the panel discussion will be about. So I would like to call on Linus to start with. So Linus, you have the floor. You have 10 minutes for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Thank you very much. And good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much for the invitation. So let me start by introducing myself. I'm Linus Pott. I'm a senior land administration specialist with the World Bank. I am based in Accra, Ghana, and I'm covering the World Bank's land administration portfolio in the Anglophone West Africa region, which includes currently backstopping and managing on the World Bank side the Sierra Leone land administration project that Jobo Samba has just presented. So we are the ones financing the project, and we are also doing some of the qualitative backstopping of the project to ensure it's aligned with international best practice. In addition to that, I'm also covering other countries and land-related activities of the World Bank, including Ghana, Liberia, the Gambia, Nigeria. And before that, for the last 10 years, I've also worked on Rwanda, Malawi, Zimbabwe, and some other countries, Tanzania as well, on all the kind of things we have been discussing today, from land policy to land law development, land information systems, systematic registration of statutory and customary land rights. Now, David, if you don't mind, I would like to suggest a change of plans, because I was not aware I was supposed to prepare a presentation. Instead, I would rather like to give the floor maybe to the young surveyors in the room to see if they have any questions on the Sierra Leone land administration project. Maybe that's going to make this a bit more interactive, and maybe also a bit more interesting for the surveyors to also yeah, raise some of their questions, maybe some concerns, and then I can clarify from the World Bank side, and I know Joe was there as well, so we can respond to any questions from the room, because I think that might be a bit more interesting. Apologies for that. I think there may have been some miscommunication, but back to you, David. Thank you.
Oh, okay. What we'll do now is maybe I should let Amit also do his talk, then Hila, then we'll take all the questions together, then that way. Yeah. Okay, so Amit.
Okay, I'm also didn't present and didn't prepare any presentation. I think a few of the participants have met me in December when we had a workshop, probably workshop. My name is Amit. I'm an international consultant for mapping GIS and geographic data. Work quite a bit in Africa, in different countries like Zambia, Liberia, Ghana, Rwanda, Uganda, and Sierra Leone. I'm the consultant for development of base map and cadastral mapping for this for the Sierra Leone Land Administration project. My main work is regarding what is developing and consultation on what is the best base map data and practice for the actual mapping process that should be done. Given the situation, the status in Sierra Leone that I also investigate and assessed, the existing data, existing method, as was mentioned by Jobo before, needs a lot of work. Currently, the data, much of the data that exists, even digitally, is there's a lot of problems, a lot of inaccuracies, a lot of problems in terms of the data management, and basically large part of the country needs to be mapped from scratch. Accordingly, at the first stage needs to be done really huge effort for land mapping, land tenures and cadastral mapping. Needs to be done first to prepare a basic cadastral index at a certain level, both for customary land and both for the western area and rest of the country. It needs to be prioritized, of course. Depends on budgets and so. But one thing that is important to understand that there's a need to first really to map them in the most cost-efficient way, use as much as base maps, satellite imageries, aerial photographies, if the budget for this project will allow, to use more faster methods for mapping, because currently, basically, most of Sierra Leone don't have cadastral mapping, and this is the basis for all land administration. That's it for me.
Okay, thank you, Amit. So the YILA representative, can you also give your comments about this? So we show a question. There's still going to be a break room section where we're going to also have some other interactions. But for now, we're on the panel, so you can talk, then we can still take some questions from the online participants and also from those that are physically represented here.
You want them to ask questions?
No, the HELA.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a HELA representative. Am I correct?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Is the ELA representative still on the call?
Yes.
Okay.
He's supposed to give the presentation.
Yeah, that's I'm calling him. He's not responding.
So do you want to reach?
No, he's out. You don't know it.
Company? Do you want to do?
Okay, is it Anthony?
Yeah, Anthony.
Okay, is Anthony on the call?
He's supposed to be online.
I don't think they're on the call, David.
Okay, so okay, we just have to move on then. Well, so do we have questions? Some brief. Okay, then you can come on.
Actually, I'm a vocal message for you. That's on Richard.
I think you should come in.
Sorry, I'm not the one that's supposed to give the presentation.
Okay.
I just want to have some.
Please, just
10
minutes so you can just introduce yourself.
Yeah, I'm Charles Stewart, for the specialist in natural resource governance and also specialist on land administration. We all know in recent years, focus has been increased in promoting greater transparency in the management of our land tenure system. But we all know there are fundamental issues and challenges over our land governance system within Sierra Leone, which I think have been some of the major impediment factors towards enhancing our land administrative system. Of course, property rights have been one of the fundamental issues. Access to land, acquisition, conflict within communities. Of course, informal property rights. It's high time for us to embark on effective implementation policies, which I think could contribute immensely in enhancing or fostering our land tenure system within our sub-country. Because we all know that there are issues surrounding natural resource governance, which we should take into consideration if really we want to enhance land security in our sub-country. And of course, with regards to policy implementation, of course, the Ministry of Lands and Housing has been very much effective in ensuring the implementation of our land policy, though there are some challenging issues, which I think we should all come on board to ensure, foster the area of tenure security, most especially in the aspect of gender. I think gender is very fundamental. Women's access to land, we all know, most of them are very much marginalized in terms of accessing land, because we need to also take cognizance of our customary land tenure system, because we all know majority of women do not have access to land as a result of our customary law. Also quite interested in the area of the statutory instrument, which in my opinion, I think should be a kind of two-way approach. We are in the customary land tenure system, as well as the statutory instrument should be integrated if really we want to achieve a land governance system. I would not say much, just in brief. I think it's high time for all of us to come together, to work as seriously in implementing some of these policies. And also, I think research is very fundamental. We need to embark on research, because it's only through research we can identify some of the lapses within our land governance system, and come up with appropriate policy measures to actually mitigate the impact. I would like to thank all of you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. You still want to wait some minutes. Okay, so now do we have questions? Leone wants to take questions from the perspective of the World Bank and all. Then Amit is also open for questions. I'm sure that the ELA representative is also, this was the name again?
Charles.
Charles, okay. Oh, Charles Toure. Okay, yeah, it's the Charles. So Charles is also here to respond to some of the questions that you may have. So please, if you have questions, can you let us know? If you are online, you could use the you could use the hand gesture. Then for us here, please, can you let me know if you have questions? Does anyone have a question for them?
What I would say, I mean, it's a request to Amit. I mean, so that our young people here can appreciate the surveying practices that we have been doing here. I like a specific area of his reports that I will want him to throw light on. I mean, it's just a very small area. His findings, in which he said that surveying and mapping profession in Sierra Leone is falling behind. I mean, this is so that our young people can benefit from and understand exactly the situation we are dealing with. I mean, Amit, in his work, discovered and revealed that surveying and mapping profession in Sierra Leone is falling behind, and it is not following acceptable standards. Amit, do you get me clear? This
yes, certainly,
is what
yes.
Yeah, this bit is what I I want you to maybe you explain it a little bit further so that our colleagues here can also understand exactly what's the situation with regards to, I mean, our current mapping and surveying procedures. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that question. First of all, in my initial visit, we met also with surveyor teams and from Sierra Leone and discussed also people from the ministry regarding the practice. Currently, many surveyors, I don't want to generalize and say all, but I think most of the surveying that is done in practice is not using accurate tool, not using DGPS, RTK, or other instruments that can measure accurately. Even it was mentioned that some of the surveys, cadastre, I'm talking about cadastral surveys, is done using smartphones. Because equipment, accurate equipment is not available. Now, this is, of course, the result is a very inaccurate measurements. We saw when we overlaid the existing cadastre that is being handled in the ministry, we saw that there's a lot of overlaps, a lot of duplications, a lot of if you overlay it even on available base maps, you see that it's not really in place, and there's a lot of deviation in terms of the accuracy, and this is all resulting of that. Now, this is a big opportunity for especially for young surveyors, because there's a lot of work to be done. And you know, it's even, I can say, even a small boost to economy, because a lot of it can be opportunity to employ a lot of people in this practice. What we're trying to recommend and to for this project is not start surveying all the country, which take enormous using the GPS and traditional survey tools, because this will take you forever, and of course the cost will be enormous. The suggestion is to acquire base maps and then use on-screen mapping techniques using GIS tools, simple GIS tools that can be implemented very relatively easily. You already have a training plan that was done with my colleague, Dr. Richard Irumba. And this is, I think, the way of moving forward and pushing this project onwards.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Amit. Joseph has his hand up, so let's hear from you.
Sorry,
Riel.
yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much. David, is it?
Yes, David.
Yeah, to bring up something to perhaps the attention of the young surveyors and perhaps us all to understand. Now, as I said earlier on that around 2011, about 500,000 hectares went into the hands of investors. Those lands were not mapped. I mean, what I mean by not mapped, they were not mapped by community and land owning families. Okay, so if the tensions coming out, it was because of that. Now, when we had this small experience in Putloko, wherein we mapped few families in one village, and we brought out the maps to each and every members who had their lands. We told them the areas of land was mapped. One of the old man was like, "Are you sure that's the size of my land?" I mean, I was like, "Okay, is this old man saying we are cheating him?" But eventually, what turned out was that who had surveyed their land had actually taken much more than what the quantum of land they had. So for instance, we told the old man that they had 199 hectares of land. He said to us that, "Oh, well, we thought that we only have 99 hectares. So these are issues. Now, the other side of we deal with some of these things where land has already been taken over. There was no surveys done by communities or by land owning families. And now there's this big sea of land owned by investors. And now there's now this new vogue of going to map in communities to ensure that there is a proper cadastral done. How are we going to formulate those lands that were never mapped so that communities and land owning families, if the investors or investments fold up, should re back to own their land when they don't even know the size of land that they had in the first when the communists came in to take over? This is something that we as perhaps surveyors and even government and civil society and every one of us should start thinking about, because that is where a new war will really break up. You know, this is something I am just throwing. We need that formula, and it has happened in a couple of places. You know, I'm not going to name names, but these are tenures. And at this moment when we are evolving all of this, we need to start thinking. Thank you very much. Just for you to understand. I think I have to leave now. I beg your pardon.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Joseph. We appreciate your presence here. Dylan, you want to say something, so I'll just close with you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. Thank you, David. Thanks for having me.
Okay.
Yeah, my name is Dylan. I'm an associate professor at the University of Southern Denmark, and I was in Sierra Leone last year with Engineers Without Borders, and we did some trial mapping of 2 plantations in Port Loko using drones. And one of the things that we found was that, drones could be quite useful, but also we collected a lot of data. So rather than just collecting the boundary information, we collected data on the entire plantation. So we had high resolution images of the entire landholding. So we could see all kinds of information about this community. We could see how many palm trees they had. We could see their community and their village. In some cases, maybe we could even see them if they happen to look up. So this is one of my concerns, is that a lot of data is going to be collected, especially with these more modern techniques. For example, if we use aircraft or drones. And I'm just worried about these people in these communities, that perhaps this data will be used in ways in which it wasn't intended. So I'm interested to hear what you all think, and hope we can protect everyone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dylan. It's good to see you once again. I remember your face back in the first set of meetings. Okay, so
question.
So Claudia has a question. Claudia has a question to Linus. So just hold on a bit.
Yeah. So Linus, I hope you can understand me well. So we've now heard about the VGGTs and fit for purpose land administration. And I mean, there's so much work to be done here in Sierra Leone. And I was wondering from the World Bank side, how do you from your side embrace the fit for purpose approach that you're supporting here in Sierra Leone? Is there policy guidance or how to ensure that what's being done really supports land tenure security here?
So Linus.
Yes, thank you, Claudia. No, a very good question. Let me start with the voluntary guidelines. In fact, there were the policy, the soft law that really interested us in Sierra Leone, because it's really one of the very few examples we have seen worldwide where a country has really taken the voluntary guidelines on board and, so to speak, implement them. There are only very few other countries where you see government taking the voluntary guidelines really as serious as they are in Sierra Leone, which is why we already came to Sierra Leone. I think my first time there was 2016, shortly after the land policy has passed, and we really consider it as best regional practice. So in fact, any other country I go to and we discuss land policies with governments, we reference Sierra Leone and the voluntary guidelines as a prime example of how to do it. But it's maybe less about the document. It's really more about the process in my view. And I think what Sierra Leone has done very well is translating a document into an actual process by really inviting stakeholders, civil society, the private sector, donors, different government entities from the national and decentralized level, as well as customary leaders. And this is why we are definitely very much interested in supporting this process. And this is also why our management has decided to invest in Sierra Leone's land administration system. And just to also mention that when we designed and prepared the project, I was leading this on the World Bank side, and Jobo and Dr. Chum were leading it on the government side. What we have done is to invite all the different members of the technical working group on the voluntary guidelines, including Mr. Rahal and others. So everybody really had a say at the table to make sure that the design of the project is breathing the voluntary guidelines, so to speak. So if you look at the project documents, I think you will see a lot of the principles, such as gender equality or recognizing existing tenure and really following the principle of, not changing the tenure system, but really trying to recognize, record the way how it is on the ground, and then try to reform it in a way that it's more gender sensitive and more accessible to the youth, for example. Now, on the question on the fit for purpose approach, I think that's a very good question. And it's actually, this is a good example where the FAG and the World Bank have collaborated, because I think the major fit for purpose document was published by the World Bank and the FAG together. So this is definitely something that the World Bank is promoting in this project. It's important to understand that in the third component of actually registering tenure rights, it's not only urban, it's not only rural, it's both. So there will be different approaches. So of course, in the urban areas, there will be a bit more of an accurate, more precise approach that is required in terms of surveying, because the properties are so close to each other, while our experiences across the continent and in other countries, other regions, is really in rural areas. It's people usually don't fight over a centimeter or 1 meter or 5 meters. It's really more about the social process of agreeing on the boundaries with the neighbors within a community or with the neighboring communities. So the process that we have been discussing with the ministry is really, very participatory process, using para surveyors, which I think the young surveyors will definitely need to come in. Basically using technology that is, again, that is fit for purpose, that is not overly precise, not overly expensive, not overly costly, et cetera, et cetera. So what we are really aiming at is a large scale process. If you look at the results framework, there's a target of registering over 500,000 parcels across the country. And I hope we will actually exceed that target. In other countries, we managed to help with such technologies to register more than millions of parcels. And well, I think this is the way to go. And as usual, I'm referring to Rwanda, where I've worked before. where I think the government has demonstrated that fit for purpose technologies can help to register, in that case, 10 million land parcels through fit for purpose technology. Thank you. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. Well, we really appreciate. So the time for the panel has now elapsed. So what we want to do now is to quickly run a Metimeter. Then we will have like 5 minutes break just for us to have. It's not enough for a coffee break, actually. It's just to change position and stand up from our seat and stretch our legs. Then we come back to continue. So Roshni, do you want to quickly do the Metimeter again?
Yes, thank you. Just bear with me while I share my screen. And for those who joined the Mentimeter at the beginning of the session, it's exactly the same link. I'll share those link details again. So with this question here, we've got, now that you've been listening, how much do you feel you've learnt about Sierra Leone? There's 3 options to choose from. And please pick the one that best fits how you feel right now. The link to join this Menti questionnaire is in the chat, or you can use your phone or laptop to go to www.menti.com and use the code written at the top of the screen, which is 27766915. Wonderful. So we have quite a few responses that have come in, and we have a bit of an increase in people who now feel that they know quite a bit about Sierra Leone, which is fantastic. And the majority of people who say that they now feel that they know a medium amount and they're looking forward to finding out resources. And there's just one person left who feels like they may not know much at all. So this is a really, really wonderful outcome. So I will now move to the next slide. And we will come to this one when we are in our next session. So for now, please do enjoy your break. David, how long is the break for and when should we come back?
So we should be back by maybe 10 minutes. Okay.
10 minutes. Wonderful. So 10 past, we will see you back here for the next session. I hope you're looking forward to it as much as I am. See you very soon.
Yeah.
Girl, I'm in love for you. Get it, you sabi. You take place, you make her feel sweet. You shake and poke like butter biscuit. Ooh, yeah, feel on you. I feel on me back. I feel on me front. I feel on her body's funny. Titi and me, Titi help me. Gotta put something they have on. Gotta put something they do. Titi and me, Titi help me. Gotta put something they have on. Gotta put something they do.
This me baby is so bad. So can you hear me back? Make her touch you to my. Oh, you know say I'm ready for day with you. And you know say I'm ready for spend for you. Anything you want to say I dey give you. Anything they make her do I dey do for you. Hey, I get you and I can't see the oh. See the oh, and you know not go to for you. Oh, for you. Hey, I get you and I can't see the oh. See the oh, and you know not go to for you. Only you let it know can jog am. Buckle and let it know can take am. Only you let it know can jog and jog man titi then na ya. Only you let it know can jog am. Buckle and let it know can take am. Only you let it know can jog and jog man bobo then na ya. All dog only mood. All but to stopper. All dog only mood. All but to forget his stopper. All dog only mood. All but to stopper. All dog only mood. All but to forget his stopper. Like a dog that for venue board. Broke over to now for look for a stopper. Wait facing like moods got bumper. You dey call labor me salt and pepper. Me and this baby Nancy cup and sauce so food and plaster. Me system master bread and butter. Only you let it know can jog am. Buckle and let it know can take am. Only you let it know can jog and jog man titi then na ya. Only you let it know can jog am. Buckle and let it know can take am. Only you let it know can jog and jog man bobo then na ya. All dog only mood. All but to stopper. All dog only mood. All but to forget his stopper. All dog only mood. All but to stopper. All dog only mood. All but to forget his
That you have time.
Woman they ya with a jump like frog, man they ya be guy like hog with them see woman they make like ow. Married man you never go now. Host to QF laid on the die with gold. You and that small pick in the link pump. Look way long yonder like Millie Compo. Jog man business they bring palava. Me and you two we body go scatter. Now we don't turn pussy and rata. We try they na be wood and kata. I we say you the pata me ata. So pizza you the pata me bata. Me and me back you the drink me cool water. And no be no say you na big man goes. Come out now ya with this change goes. Old man don't know you for jog man business. You just a pass and kapu kapu eh. Look I start to butu the tattoo. I catch ya down butu the tattoo. All dog only mood. All but to stopper. All dog only mood. All but to forget his stopper. All dog only mood. All but to stopper. All dog only mood. All but to forget his stopper.
You are now rocking with the king of the streets, DJ Mose, Sierra Leone's baddest DJ of all times.
Africa music. De la forensic records for our society. Music la Africa.
is the hottest dancehall DJ in West Africa and the best in Sierra Leone.
Don't miss my tutu.
Make me no make palava.
Don't miss my tutu.
Make you no bring numbera.
Don't miss my tutu.
Make me no make palava.
Don't miss my tutu.
Make you no bring numbera.
Some man have problems, some woman are fashion bros. Some man are soaking love, oh my lord. When I been they make me farm, nobody no help me for brosham. When we he don't come up fine, and now you want the he line, waiting do. Some man for hit other man Russian. my tutu.
Make we no make palava.
Oh yes, my tutu.
Make you no bring number.
Oh yes, my tutu.
Make we no make palava.
Oh yes, my tutu.
Make you no bring number. Remember what you tell me say, make a put me on a fire, put on you burn me fire. Remember what you tell me say, make a for them, oh you me mama today. Me not take mess for the woman where I like, any man won't mistake, I dey send her to rest. Me not take mess for the woman where I want, any man won't venture, I dey broken neck. If I also not mess with me toto, because if I get you, I swear I dey beat you. Hey me baby, you know say I like you, so not do me thing what they make I hate you. Oh yo, this not abomination. Baby want put me for frustration. Number this not number, the baby don't bring a wahala.
Oh yes, my tutu.
Make we no make palava.
Oh yes, my tutu.
Make we no bring number.
Oh yes, my tutu.
Make we no make palava.
Oh yes, my tutu.
Make we no bring number.
They no want for see me better, one they want for put me down low. They don't take away then they try God now go let me so go. All day you want me can take your money, make you go well mean it. This is not listen now with them, not for sick up on them. You ain't get money, now you sabi you want wake calo. You ain't get luck, now you know say you bumping calo. But once now go they shape like us, so one day we all go get so. Them better, now that thing come go so. See the pandem, now that my man tiffy colico. See the pandem, and I for see the pandem. I for see the pandem, be that don't see the pandem. I for see the pandem. Mama do ya make you own your body, make life no more now you go. But I go hit you for nothing, but God go there you go. Mama do ya make you spend your money, go fall a sweet type party. Tomorrow now them day before for the well you name. You ain't get money, now them sabi the one way calo. You ain't get luck, now them no say they bumping calo. Anything you they do me body, enough for all I'm fine. Them better, now that thing come go so. See the pandem, now that my man tiffy colico. I see the pandem, and I for see the pandem. I for see the pandem, be that don't see the pandem. I for see the pandem.
This is
Anything
your
we do
favorite
they
DJ,
do me better, make you put
Requesting
on
time,
the spot.
DJ
Yeah,
Mose.
they around.
Hi everyone, please do return to your seats. We will be starting again in a couple of seconds. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay. Please can we
So just to give an update for everybody online, we will be starting again very soon. Please get your cup of tea and be ready at your desk. And David and the team on site will be online and kicking off the next session very, very shortly to give you a bit of insights on what is coming up between now and lunch. We have two very exciting sessions that are all about looking outwards and upwards. First of all, we will hear some very interesting and educational videos and discussions by Claudia Stoker and Mila Koevaka, who are joining us. Claudia is on site in Sierra Leone and Mila is joining us online. And they will give an introduction into international practice. Following that, we will break into some groups. So people on site will break into their groups and people online like us, we will form small breakout rooms and consider the broader question of what kind of approach would you recommend for a large-scale mapping of family lands in Sierra Leone, thinking about costs, time, capacity, and accuracy. And that will bring us to 11:55 UTC when we will break for lunch. But for now, we will start again very shortly with Claudia and Mila, who will be joining us to speak about international practice. So get ready and we'll be with you very shortly.
Okay.
Hello. 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 Oh, now we, oh, good.
Hello,
Okay,
wonderful. We can hear you, yes.
We have to sort out the issue with the echo.
You have to
You
go
can,
Oh. If there's two people in the same room, then the person who is not speaking, so I guess David's side, if he can mute his audio, so his speakers, and that should reduce the echo and turn off, his microphone is already off. So if he can turn his speakers off, that should fix it. So David, can you please turn your speakers off? So turn down the volume on your computer.
Okay, speak now.
okay, can you hear me?
Yes, and there's no echo.
Okay. So, I'll start the presentation.
It is me presenting.
You are presenting.
Yeah. Okay, don't worry, don't worry. Present, don't worry. Share your presentation, take audio here.
Sorry. So.
Okay.
You're just on mute, Claudia.
Don't worry, she's taking an audio. Okay, please continue then. Start.
Okay. So now I just said now that we heard a lot about Sierra Leone, we will zoom out a little bit to have a look at international practice on policies, and some may have wondered about all these abbreviations. So in the next couple of minutes, we will dive more into explaining those abbreviation, explaining recent trends, explaining some new innovative technologies that can help support securing land tenure, because a huge chunk of having land tenure security is actually about the documentation of land tenure. So I will get started, and then Mila Kreva from ITC, the University of Twente, will follow my short presentation. And afterwards, we will just break out in smaller groups to discuss the question that Roshni just presented. Okay, so first, David, you will have a go to shortly explain what we are currently doing here in Sierra Leone with the volunteer community surveying program.
Okay, thank you. So the voluntary community survey program is the global outreach for the International Federation of Surveyors and Young Surveyors network, which gives the young surveyors the opportunity to apply their skills. It gives them the opportunity to also be a part of, to get involved, to collaborate with some of our partners and things that are happening around the environment. Now, the visit to Sierra Leone for this pilot is the same, in line with what the vision and objective and goal of the VCSP is all about. And on this journey, we had 3 VCSs, and the 3 of them have been actively involved, although we later had 2, but we were able to adopt a female later, which gives us, well, the human rights new law in Sierra Leone of a balance of 30% equity where there's a gathering. So I think we're good to go. She will be talking to us much later. But so far, what we've been able to do is to engage with sorry, I think I'm supposed to change the screen, or are you projecting? I'm projecting. Okay. So what we've done so far is to next slide. No. So the VCSP is focused on achieving the goals through 4 parts. Now, the first part is the wisdom workshop, which is what we're doing now, which is the training arm of the VCSP. We have the e-volunteering that allows people from all over the world to remotely contribute to their skills and to provide solutions to issues. Then we have the in-country deployment that has to do with the direct deployment of young surveyors to get involved in activities going on through our partners like the GLT and the cadasters and so on. And also we have the Leone portal, where it's a part that talks the story of what has been happening, what we're doing, and how far we have gone, the solutions we've provided, and so on. So these are brief of what we do with the FIG Young Surveyors VCSP. Also, we have the Engineers Without Borders, who through them we came on board. Engineers Without Borders are in Denmark, and they have been in touch here with the Sierra Leone people, and that was through the contact with the FIG office. So we came on board here to also see how we can get young surveyors involved and build capacity for them to be part of the training or whatever it's going on as regards land administration. We heard in the previous presentation where Jobo has also mentioned that a lot of para surveyors would have to be engaged, and we feel, okay, the para surveyors who should be better engaged. I think it should be more of the young surveyors who have been trained to be involved, to also play an active role in the decision making of land administration in the country. So that's a brief of what we have in mission here. And I think we're doing well at the moment, and Sierra Leone has treated us really well. Thank you very much. So Claudia.
Okay, thanks, David. So just for information, we will share much more details on what we did during the past 2 days in the field after the lunch break. So this is now really just to get on the same page when we talk about different approaches, different ways of documenting land tenure. So I'll start with FELA, which is the framework for effective land administration, which is an overarching policy guide prepared by the UNGGIF expert group on land administration and management in 2022. It is based on the IGIF framework, which has the 9 puzzle pieces as you see them here below. And the FELA basically provides guidance and reference for countries that want to develop or reshape existing land administration systems. And it comes with 9 different groups, basically, as you see, the strategic pathways that say, or that should work together to reach an effective land administration, because only looking on one of the pathways might not have the impact you want to achieve on the ground. So it's really combining policy and legal, financial aspects, data, innovation, standards, partnerships, capacity and education, advocacy and awareness, and governance, institutions, and accountability. And all those have to be looked at when designing or reshaping certain projects and implementation strategies in country. So it's really worth to have a look at the FELA document, at the very top policy guidance. So we see here a kind of pyramid where the FELA stands at the very top. Of course, it needs a political commitment to get things going. And after the FELA, we basically start to think and to design different methods and approaches to help you implement what's being guided by the FELA. And in the end, you will design the country and regional implementation plans based on the capacity and good practices on the ground. So we've heard the fit for purpose land administration already several times, and I'm actually pretty confident that we should have a Mentimeter about that. That I guess all of you heard of the fit for purpose land administration, which really gets very popular in the recent years and was first published in a joint World Bank FIG publication. Linus mentioned it already beforehand in 2014 already, so 8 years ago. And this is still a very high topic in many scientific publications and practical guides. And it covers the institutional, the legal, and the spatial aspects of the land administration systems. So what are the key principles of fit for purpose land administration as a recap? So when we look at the spatial framework, it's much about using visual boundaries rather than fixed boundaries. So working with aerial or satellite imagery rather than field surveys. The accuracy should always relate to the purpose rather than technical standards. So that means you don't need to achieve or go for a centimeter level accuracy because the instrument might allow that, but you should go for an accuracy that really fits the purpose of your documentation and your surveying practice. And also, it's an incremental approach. So it should supply demands for updating and opportunities for upgrading activities. So you might start actually with a lower accuracy of land parcels that you document, but you can incrementally improve these measurements with time and capacity. So when it comes to the legal framework, it's about having a flexible framework designed along the administrative rather than judicial lines. So it's really about showing that you target a certain goal, in this case, land tenure security, instead of, involving many steps and institutions to stamp this and to stamp that. So it has to be flexible. The legal framework also touches on the tenure system. So this is also being covered in the VCSPs that have been presented already. So the continuum of tenure is very important, so that you really record what's been happening on the ground. Yes, and of course, gender equity for land and property rights is very crucial in this process as well. When we look at the institutional framework, of course, it's about good land governance rather than bureaucratic barriers. And I think maybe some European countries could also have a look at this actually. So it's also about integrating different institutions rather than working in silos. And this is particularly important when you talk about data, so that you create data that is interoperable and that you share data in one system. It's also about a flexible approach rather than high-end technology solutions that are being implemented, and of course the transparency of the land information with easy and affordable access for all. And I think here the issue of the national land information system really kicks in, that this is supposed to be a system that can easily be accessible by all members of the communities. So now I move on to the LADM, which depicts a ISO standard for the land administration domain model. So here it's really about a conceptual model on how data should be captured. So at this moment, there are many countries already implementing this ISO standard when they collect data in their countries, and this really enhances interoperability. And the LADM comes with 3 main packages, which relate to the party, to the relationship of the party to the land, so the rights, restrictions, and responsibilities, and then the basic administration unit, including information, and here comes in the geometry of the spatial unit, demarcating an immovable object and data on the parcel, for instance. So, but knowing all this, I guess it's really a challenge on how do you choose a fit for purpose method. And here there is a nice diagram developed by Britt Lemon, Eva Unger, and Roman Bennett that I will use in the next slides to show you how diverse these methods can be. So there's not a single solution method that fits all the purposes. It's really about making very good choices in selecting, for instance, the location, the mapping tool, materials, the way how you collect data, the level of accuracy, and so on. So here you can see the snake diagram, which is not so dangerous as the name says. It's about really the spatial data acquisition and also the acquisition of the social data, because it's not sufficient to just record coordinates on the ground, but you also have to record the data of the party, of the land right holder, basically. And Cadastre International from the Netherlands, they've been implementing various fit-for-purpose land administration methods already. And here is, for instance, an example, and this is now, you see the snake, so it's it's lining up here. In Nepal, it starts basically with using paralegal surveyors as the main method, and going into the village and then using a paper-based approach with high-resolution satellite images and recording polygons that have a certain level of accuracy, in this case 1 to 5 meters, and with no demarcation in place. And there are many different countries that produce basically very different snakes. So this always moves a bit. This is another example from Cadastre International in Indonesia. And here even they applied different methods for the urban and the peri-urban areas. And now I also like what Linus said just beforehand, that certainly it's not only one solution. You have to look at the context, and of course, urban and rural areas are very different in their characteristics. So for instance, in Indonesia, they use GNSS antenna for the urban areas, and working with high resolution satellite images in the rural areas. So this is also an example. Now I tried to produce a snake from our activities during the last 2 days, and we will talk more about this after the lunch break. But to give you a first idea of how this looked like, so we had one day a participatory paper-based mapping with smart land maps, and another day with really measuring with the Trimble catalyst and using PenMap. So you see, even here, there are very different lines that can be drawn in this diagram. And now I would like to hand over to Mila, who dives a bit deeper into innovative technologies and data that are available and are currently being researched to support these fit-for-purpose land administration endeavors. Sharing here, Mila.
Yeah, thank you very much, Claudia. Let me now try sharing my screen.
Roshni, we can.
Do you
Okay,
see the
it's coming.
presentation, please?
Sorry, yes, we can see the presentation.
Okay, good.
It's not in present. There we go. Perfect. Thanks.
Yeah, it's maybe with delay a little bit. Okay, thank you very much, first of all, for inviting me to be part of this seminar in Sierra Leone. It's honor to be with all of you there. So my name is Mila Kove, and I'm associate professor in Department of Urban Planning and Land Information in ITC. Maybe some of you know what is ITC and where it is. It is a faculty of geospatial information and earth observation in the Netherlands, part of the University of Twente. So with my presentation today, I will take you through a little bit of how did we reach to some conclusions in using fit for purpose, and more or less the historical overview of the actions that we have been doing through the years. And what kind of future we see currently. So I will start a bit from the definition. We talk a lot about the land administration, land tenure today, but did we ask ourselves what is the very first definition that is still applicable nowadays? You can see it on this slide. Basically, the land administration is a process of determining, recording, and disseminating information about ownership, value, use of land when implementing land administration policies. This is, as you see, quite an old definition, but still valid and applicable worldwide. And on this slide, you see what would be the benefits if we have good land administration system. So for example, we can secure tenure, we can have manageable valuation and taxation processes, we can have quite of support to government, manage disputes and so on. So all this we could reach if you manage to get to, let's say, good land administration system. But how to get it? Traditionally, in many countries, we have been taught in the universities to use instruments like theodolates, total stations, which are still in use in many countries for very precise geodetic surveying works. And you can see that what we can obtain with this type of traditional land administration technology, we can have precise cadastral maps, but sometimes being only on paper, they are quite limited in terms of information exchange. It is hard to have multi-usage. We can have many duplicated efforts and, let's say, hard to maintain and to exchange information. Apart from that, if paper can be lost, can be destroyed, it's hard to organize. That's why we kind of slowly go into digital world. So in many countries, in all the countries, the speed is different. So conventional, traditional approaches has been tried to be switched from paper to digital. But this is, of course, bringing many challenges, and these challenges worldwide are different, but also quite similar. You can see that we all suffer with efficiency, transparency, accessibility, how to satisfy our users, how to keep the data up to date, what technologies to use, what acquisition methods to use, how to manage our data, how to update our data, and at the end, how to actually share it with the users, with all the landowners. So these are all challenges that we're all facing. How to solve them? There are different examples. In many countries, in all the countries, the approaches might be different. As also the colleagues before me, they were mentioning, there is no one-way recipe that you can apply for all the countries. You can see here an image from Mongolia, and you can see that the area of the country is quite huge and you have 2.6 million people living there. But why I selected this image? Because in these areas, people have a bit of different way of living. They have, if you know, pastoral nomadic life. People rely on their animals for surviving. They move from one place to another place to live every year. And there is kind of constant movement, constant land dynamics because of this constant migration. Because people are basically searching for water, for grass, and for land to plant every year. So this pastoral land is being increasingly degraded, animal grazing, and as livestock ownership is privatized, the majority of communal pasture land is still owned by the government. So how to approach this? How to start dealing with land ownership in such type of cases is very hard. They started promoting sustainable management over pastoral lands and livestock. Also, they did some contracts to define seasonal usage and management of pastoral land rights. They also created pastoral law, seasonal pasturing under some contracts, and so on and so on. But this is just an example to give you their challenges, which are related with the way people are living. Questions that you can ask yourself, no need to answer now, but maybe later you might go back and you can think, do we need to map rights in this case when people are moving continuously from one to another place? What tools would we use in this case? How fast can we map it? How much would, what approach can we use and how much it will cost us? And what accuracy do we need? This was just one example with some open questions. I go for another example, like Ethiopia. There are different places of Ethiopia, but I selected this Dilla time, which gives you quite a regular, let's say, infrastructure, because this is what was a priority in this city, to focus on the infrastructure. It's not a huge city, but as I mentioned, there is a lot of infrastructure and they're building continuously new roads. So what can we do in land management in this case? You can see that Ethiopia is one of the developing countries where urban infrastructure is lacking in general, but here it is a focus. Government is trying to improve via projects related to road and drainage services. And this project requires some land acquisitions, some exploration of the land, some relocation of the people. So what the Ethiopians has done, they go through the process of registration of land. And since there is really a lot of population there, the government is willing to register this, let's say, land rights and to properly and formally delineate them. But this will take time, and land certification will take really a lot of time. So what approach would we use here in this case, different than the one before? If we use the same, why would you use the same? If you use not the same, why not? So these again are open questions. Rwanda was mentioned also today by the previous speakers. Rwanda is one of the countries that has speed up in this sense. They had aerial survey in 2008, digital aerial survey. So there is a digital cadastre, but it's a very dynamic country and the land ownership has been changing quite a lot. So the questions here would be how to keep these maps up to date. Should we use different tools, different skill sets, different approaches, and how do we pay all this? Who will pay for the updating? Kenya, what do you see from this picture on the screen? If you ask me, the boundaries are not visible. So how do we map this particular area in Kenya? It's pretty challenging. It's pretty challenging, and it's challenging to even decide what approach would be the most suitable. So open questions. One, what happens when land rights are not visible? Do we really still need a map? What kind of technology would we use? Do we use classical surveying methods or images? Again, an open question. Bangladesh. What is the difference here than the other images I have shown to you? Here we have dynamic coastlines. We have many rivers that continuously change their riverbeds every year. So the coastline, the land ownership in these areas is continuously changing. How do we approach such type of case? Again, questions. Do we need the same? Can we make use of the existing maps and make some kind of a temporal analysis of the change of these rivers and do some predictions of the land ownership? How do we convince the existing empire, as we call it, the traditional surveyors, to use some alternative methods? What would be these alternative methods? A lot of questions, and I can give you some possible answers, but they are not, of course, the obligatory one that you have to take into account. Here is one image of Hong Kong where they go into a 3D cadastre because there is a 3D complexities there. So how to register very complex buildings with complex interdependencies in 2D cadastre is almost impossible. That's why we think of how to register this in 3D, how to model and visualize the data in 3D, how to update after that, how to integrate with other existing data sets, and what kind of technology shall we use for this particular case. There's so many complicated questions for which we don't have answers, but I believe that since up to this point of this presentation, I managed to convince you that there are different approaches that have to be applied for different countries and different case study scenarios. So what would be the solution? There was so-called new era in the land administration, where we try to think a little bit more innovative, to use some modern technologies to think of how to scale our approaches, how to make our solutions scalable, and more particularly to apply them globally. So if you see here on this graph, there has been quite a lot of development in terms of technologies, in terms of automation. Also, we try to include people in these data collection methods like crowdsourcing, parasurveyors, and so on. And to try to collect data over time so that we update and include the temporal aspect, the 4D element. There are global organizations that are dealing with that. I will not go too much into details, but you can have these slides and you can look at what has been done by UNGGIM, like Guides of Development for Technology, or UNFAO, the volunteering guidelines for responsible governments in 10-year security. What activities have been done in World Bank or in UN Habitat or GLTN. So these are all organizations that are actively working towards implementation of rules for land administration. So you can further look at that. And I'll go back to the so-called fit for purpose approach that Claudia Soccer already introduced. So as we saw, we cannot apply every method to all countries. We have to think how to apply methods that are fit to our purpose, that are flexible, inclusive, participatory, affordable, reliable, attainable, or upgradable. So we don't need to use anymore some technology that was invented 20 years ago, but we have to combine technologies that are applicable for your case. So that technologies that are fitting the purpose, that are flexibly designed, and that can have perspective. These are the main three principles that were shared by NMARC in 2015, but they're still valid. What is important to emphasize that implementation of FFP or fit for purpose will require structural changes in policy, institutional and technical acceptance of this new strategy. So we can have traditional approaches, but we also can have some multidisciplinary approaches where we combine technology to fit the concrete purpose. What could be those technologies? They can be field-based or direct techniques based on the ground, but they can be also indirect techniques that can be where we can use satellite, aerial, or UAV images, or LiDAR technology, and can give you just a few slides on each of that. So here are ground-based sensors. You can see total station or classical theodolites, or you can have mobile mapping systems, which are mounted on the vehicle, like a car. You can have spaceborne sensors like satellites or cameras mounted on airplane. There are very different cameras that can be put on the airplane, only one camera or 5 cameras, like the one on the screen on the right, which is called pictometry, which has 5 cameras integrated in one body. We can have so-called laser scanning technology that can be put on the airborne, on an airplane or on the terrestrial or mobile system. And as an end result of this, you can obtain these so-called point cloud data sets that from the air look like the example on the top. And if it is a terrestrial case study, you can have them like the example on the bottom. You can have UAVs. Today have been mentioned several times, unmanned aerial vehicles. Nowadays, they are pretty affordable, and many countries are having in their regulations rules how to apply UAVs. And there are many different types. You can see here 3 types of the UAVs, like multi-rotor, hybrid, or fixed wing. They have their advantages and disadvantages, but the models have been so much developing, so technology has been involved so much, so you have to check if you would like to use which one will fit best your purpose. How we have been using UAVs. So I have this video here that is part of project which also Claudia Stocker, the previous speaker, has been involved. And this is a video that shows the procedure first by measuring ground control points on the ground, then by calibrating the UAV, then shooting it from a certain platform in the air. And you can see that within this project, we have been using different types of UAVs. We have been comparing their capabilities and the final results obtained from each of them. And all this has been done for land tenure purposes. All these experiments have been part of a project which has been focused here in Kenya, Rwanda, and Ethiopia. It was a very big project for 4 years, for 4 million with 8 partners. And if you want to learn more, you can go to this website on the screen and you can learn more about this project. But I would like to go forward. Okay, we can have these images that we obtain by UAVs, but what can we do with these image sources? One option is to look for visible boundaries from the images and demarcate them. You can see on the slide that this is also a challenging task because the visible boundaries depend on the physical objects that are on the ground that are representing these boundaries, such as fences, walls, hedges, and roads, which are demarcating them in reality. But we have to find them in the images, which is also not an easy task. So how to do that? There has been a research done by a colleague of ours, Viviane Colli, that compared how many are the percentages of the visible boundaries in the images that she had in this moment. You can see they were from Ethiopia, Rwanda, Guatemala, Ghana, Mozambique, Nepal, Kenya. And you can see that the visible percentage of boundaries can vary a lot. It can be from 0 to 71. As I was showing you some pictures in the beginning, they are very much different from each other. So every case is different. Also, it depends whether we have images from rural, peri-urban, or urban areas. This is one very short video to show you a tool that we have developed that is trying to speed up the process of the delineation of the boundaries based on images. And this tool was based on was developed in the project, and it's based on machine learning algorithm that is embedded in an open source software QGIS, so that after loading your UAV or satellite or aerial image, you automatically receive you automatically get your boundaries like you see on the screen here. And as an expert, you can either accept them, either reject them. So it's not full automation. It's always a person expert that has to check, if needed, edit and approve or reject. What else you can do with images? I think Claudia also mentioned, and also the speakers before, you can print the images and apply so-called participative mapping, which can be done with the help of the local community. It can also minimize some conflicts since people are gathered together on top of the printed image and do demarcate their areas. And it can a bit speed up the cadastral activities for less costs. What else you can do? This was an example from a mobile mapping exercise that was led by our university, by a colleague of us, Javier Morales, that went to Colombia and used participatory approach, fit for purpose approach based on images, satellite images, which were embedded in a tool tablet. And there was an Esri software that was afterwards used for data collection, but in one go, basically they were reaching to such kind of land titles based on local community participation. I will show very short video, and this is my final video, so don't worry, I'm finishing this presentation, just showing you how in Colombia they have mapped their land using these mobile systems. And let's say after the walking around the area, they immediately got their land titles by just taking a picture of the face of the owner. Okay, so that was my last slide. Thank you very much for listening to me. And if you have questions, or if I can be used for young surveyor community, I am always glad to support you and to answer your questions and help you. Thank you very much.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Mila. Happy to see so many well-known pictures from the work that we did actually during the It's for Land project. And I would like to comment on this now, because in 10 to 15 minutes, we would like to break out into separate groups with 4 to 5 people to discuss the question, what kind of approach would you recommend for large-scale mapping of family lands in Sierra Leone? And to do so, David, could you share, please, the presentation? Or should I?
Okay.
Let me start. No.
Not this one.
And so now Marcos and myself will try to provide a little bit more details of what it actually means to do either direct or indirect surveying. So let me see. Okay. So Mila mentioned already a couple of characteristics that you should really be aware of when deciding for an approach. So technology is one thing and accuracy, but also the question of participation, of transparency, and of community consensus is a very big deal here. Also, it comes with time, and of course, the extent of visual boundaries also has a say in choosing for a certain method. So, of course, if you don't have any visual boundaries, it's very difficult to draw, to find them on a map. And these are basically the breakdown characteristics of the direct and indirect surveying approaches. So The indirect surveying does not require to walk the boundary, which is particularly beneficial if you have huge chunks of land that are not easy to access. It requires a base map. So as Mila showed, there are satellite images, there can be aerial surveys or UAV drone-based data to be used to identify visible objects on the maps. And as I said, it really, the community mapping, the participatory mapping allows for greater participation of community members and transparency. Whereas the direct surveying is really about the physical determination of boundary points and accurate measurements with survey equipment, which uses considerable time and effort to walk the boundary. But of course, in some cases, there's no other way. And it also requires to clear cut the boundary points beforehand, which is also an issue here in Sierra Leone. And now Marcos will provide you a little bit more details about the direct surveying approach.
Thank you, Claudia. So, what's it? Thank you. So, my name is Marcus. I'm working for Trumbull Land Administration. So, Trumbull is a technology leader in survey and geospatial technology. I will not talk about every direct approach to collect data. I will talk especially about GNSS, which we also have used here. So what is GNSS? GNSS stands for Global Navigation Satellite System. Often the people just talking about GPS, which is Global Positioning System, which is established by the United States. So here are roughly the number of satellites and the main global navigation satellite system provider. So it's not just the US government with the GPS system, there's also a Russian system, GLONASS, Galileo, established by the European government, and Baidu from China. There are also smaller systems like the Indian system and so on. So these are the systems, and positioning work in that kind of way that an antenna, like in this picture, track a number of satellites, calculate the distances to the calculates, and then cutting on the point you are with your antenna or your car or your smartphone. It's always the same principle in general, like this picture. So I also already mentioned a smartphone, or this is a professional system on the other side. So if you look to your smartphone, I guess everyone here in the room have one. What kind of accuracy can you achieve? Do you have an idea? I can tell you. So it's round about between 10 and 5 meters. This is a reliable accuracy you can achieve with your smartphone. Could be, but could be worse. Could be also could be. The system will tell you not the truth in that kind of case. So it shows you in front of a house or something like that, but it's not as accurate as it displayed in the. A professional system, what is the accuracy for that? Could be 1 centimeter. Could be even better if you have double processing and so on. So the jump between these systems, pricing and the effort you need to do is immense. So a smartphone with GNSS technology, $100 US roundabout, starts, could be more. A professional system like that start with $2,000 to $3,000, gets up to a high performance system like the Trumbull R12. Okay, like the Trumbull R12, up to $20,000. The difference is performance, reliability, okay. Okay, what do we have to do to get these high accuracy. It's not just the hardware. So I showed in the first slide that we track the satellites. But in between these distance to the satellites, there's the atmosphere, there's a difference between the time. So when the signal starts from the satellite until it reaches the antenna. So we have several influences, and these influences you can correct with a baseline. So it goes a bit too deep to discuss that in special, but calculating these baseline and calculating corrections to get a higher positioning, this has to be done. And there are several methods to do this, to create these baseline, and this baseline provides you corrections, and these corrections offer you a higher accuracy on point, up to then centimeter. So these are, I would say, the most common parts you can do to get a high accuracy. So let's start with an own base station. This requires minimum 2 receivers. So it's not then, if we look to the cheapest way, $2,000 to $3,000, it's not 2 or 3, it's double the price, because you need 2 systems and a radio. So, and this requires also some environment where you can set the base station and have a baseline in your local environment. It just work locally, and you need some knowledge to do that. You need to carry the complete equipment through the country and so on. The other part is post-processing the data. So it's not required a double equipment, but you need to put the data in the office or on a PC and then process the data. Also for that, you need knowledge, training, capacity, and you need the software to do that. I think we talked about you talked about these component 2, right? So for sure. So I'm a land surveyor, and if you ask me, does a coarse network for Sierra Leone, does it make sense? Definitely, it's infrastructure. So you invest in your country, that makes sense. But a coarse network requires also a lot of money, knowledge.
Marcus, just if you could finish up your presentation in the next couple of minutes. Thank you.
Yeah. So coarse networks. So it requires a lot of money, experience. You need to explore the points to put physically the coarse station on the ground. You need a data center to control all the data and then provide it back to the professional devices. So, and it needs some time to establish the system. So what we have done here is a bit different approach. We use Trimble Catalyst. We will see later on, could someone press on the remote? Okay, because otherwise the screen will. So who has a remote for the screen? Okay. It's a safe energy mode. Okay, I go on. So we use a bit different technology. So Trimble is a technology provider, and we have a very low cost antenna, the DA2 receiver. And this receiver gets the baseline in 2 different ways. One way is about mobile network, if you have mobile network. The other part is via satellite. So Trimble running an own satellite service. For Sierra Leone or for our project here, we will explain later more which accuracy we achieve. The advantage is that you can start directly today with accurate measurement if required. I do not recommend to walk all boundaries, but I would say if you require accuracy, this could be a technology to use because it works directly. You do not have to establish infrastructure or something like that. You just need an Android-based application, Android-based hardware, an antenna, and Trimble provides you the rest for the accuracy. The baseline, we doing the service for the baseline. So that's my last slide. Over to Claudia.
Okay. Let me see. So due to time, and since this is a kind of duplication of what Mila already told us about different kinds of base maps, I would very shortly go through these slides before we break out in individual groups. So for those that are present here in the room, I brought some printouts on how different kinds of base maps look like. So please have a look at this. Of course, there is a certain difference in the resolution, and depending on the resolution, you may not be able to see certain objects. So generally, a satellite comes with 40 to 50 centimeter resolution at its best. Aerial surveys can be modified. I mean, the height, the altitude of the plane can be determined, but usually an area survey comes with a resolution of 10, 15 centimeter, and with unmanned aerial vehicles, you may be able to go down to, even 2 to 3 or 4 centimeter. So of course, all of them have different characteristics, and I will skip those because Mila talked about that already. And I will actually like to mention this briefly. So of course, it's not possible, or it might be possible, but it might be too expensive to capture the whole country with UAVs, because it really requires a lot of effort. And during one flight, a UAV usually captures several square kilometers, but not much more. And it also depends heavily on the illumination conditions, on the weather conditions. So wind really plays a big deal in here. The aerial photography is certainly suitable for national coverage, but also have the disadvantages of a certain delay. So you really have to prepare very well for the mission. You have to have very good flying conditions, and then you do the job, and then the processing again also needs quite some time. And on the other hand, the satellite imagery is available at a global scale, with of course differences in the quality, and certainly not always ideal. So to program a satellite to capture a certain scene at a certain time is also quite a financial and administrative effort. So this very briefly to complement on what Mila was talking about, to get ready for our breakout discussions now. So what can be, so by choosing a fit for purpose method, it's mainly about the costs, the time, and the accuracy you can achieve. So you always have to ask the questions, what can be achieved at what time and with what kind of budget, and how to accommodate institutional, legal, and spatial requirements. And with this, I would like to initiate basically the group discussions that will now go for 15 minutes and are followed by very short presentations. I'm just checking with David.
We use the 3 VCSP. We use
Yes.
Azan, Sylvester, and
So for those in the room here, we will have 3 groups led by the VCSs here in Sierra Leone. And for those participating online, I encourage you to, Rashni, could you also set the breakout rooms? Okay, perfect.
Yes.
And we come back in 15 minutes to have, let's say, 2 minutes presentations from each group.
Wonderful.
And
We have
follow-
5 groups online. We have 5 groups online, so that sounds great.
Okay, perfect, perfect. So we should still keep the time a little bit. And so I would say now that we meet again at 1/2 past. Oh no, that's too short. What's the time now? Okay, so maybe 1/2 is a good time to come back and then have very short input presentations of the groups, followed by a broader discussion. Okay.
So you can go to your groups. Group leaders.
For those who are online, I will be starting the breakout rooms in just right now. So you will automatically be transferred to your rooms. Please feel free to come back to the main room at any time. If you have any problems, I will be in this main room and will be able to support you should you need any help. There should be somebody from our VCSP core team within each of the rooms to make sure that you're supported. But if you have any problems, please come back to the main room and I'll be able to help you. Again, the rooms are open for 15 minutes. Thank you. Hey. Edgeworth, no. Manu. So breakout rooms online will be closing in about 15 seconds. Thank you. Welcome back to the main room, everybody. Thank you so much for your patience as we have worked through this. The online groups are back, so we will just wait now for the in-person groups in Sierra Leone to join us, and then we will provide very short 2-minute report backs per group. Thank you.
Okay.
So get back.
Start with a online group and then have a swap to a group here on the ground in Freetown, and then again have an online and then an offline one. So Rodney, could you please select one online?
Yeah, definitely. So we'll start with room 1, who had Amit, Solomon, Tabuson, and Victor. Over to one or all of you, a quick 2-minute overview. Thank you. Wonderful. Take it away, Amit. Over to you.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you well. I was out before.
So you did a presentation.
Can you ask the question again?
Yeah, absolutely. A really brief 2-minute overview of what your group discussed.
Oh, I wasn't in discussion, I'm sorry. I can respond regarding the presentation, the two of the presentation that were done. Basically this, it's important to me because I developed the plan for base maps and for cadastral mapping, and especially the last slide, I think Claudia presented regarding the decisions that need to be made, and the trade-off between the demands for accuracy, cost, and so on. I can say that the plan that I'm developed and now being examined, we may have a few adjustments. We're trying to do a fit-to-purpose approach, which will be, for example, for the urban area, the denser area, to have high resolution, to suggest to have high resolution, to photo more accurate, more easy to map, to interpret. And when going to the rural areas, then use maybe satellite images that are lowering the accuracy, but
30
are more.
seconds to go.
And I just want to mention regarding UAVs, UAVs are very, they can map really small areas. So they are good for areas, for certain areas, certain tasks. But when we're talking about the countrywide or most of the country, it's not much effective to use UAVs. At least
Wonderful.
not the
Thank
initial
you.
phase.
Thanks so much, Amit. over to you for a group on the ground, Claudia.
Yes, now we will have Sylvester reporting from group 1 here in Freetown.
Yes, good afternoon all from my end. I'm reporting from Freetown Group 1, to be specific. And we are responding as a group to the question that was asked. Sorry. What kind of approach would you recommend for a large-scale mapping of family lands in Sierra Leone? And for us, we recommend the direct surveying method, which is under the fit for purpose. And one reason for recommending that for us is participatory, because it has to do with the community collaborations, and we have to go into the bushes to harmonize the boundaries. And for us, that method will minimize conflicts, and for areas that are diamond deposited areas, even a foot, it's very much important. You cannot just use the paper map and decide on the boundaries. So we recommend the direct method of survey for our own group, but notwithstanding, we can still adopt the indirect method in an areas wherein we can clearly identify the features on the ground. Then I think there is no need to go on the ground again to map out the point. We can pinpoint based on the satellite imagery. We can adopt, defined boundaries from there. So conclusively, we first recommend the direct method, notwithstanding in a situation wherein there is a topography or land terrain we cannot access. We recommend the indirect method in which we can clearly define based on
30
the
seconds to go, please.
So this is all from group 1.
Thank you.
Roshni.
Thank you. That was very, very thorough, very good. I would now like to welcome the next online group. So we had Akinola, Christine Wanja, Dylan Cawthorne, Edwin Ochieng, Oluwafemi Olaya, and Tommy Charles. A quick 2-minute summary of what your group discussed. Thank you.
Hello, Roshni. I'm sorry, due to my network, I didn't get you clearly. Can you please repeat?
Please, a quick 2-minute summary of what your group discussed. Thank you.
Hi, yeah, I guess I can speak on behalf of the group. So we talked about drone mapping, and people in the group seemed quite excited about the possibilities of it. So especially the accuracy was something that came up. And then we also talked about how it would be important to have some kind of ground control points, infrastructure, and yeah, supplement that maybe with indirect methods.
That was excellent. That was extremely concise and succinct. Thank you, Dylan. Back to the team on the ground in Sierra Leone.
Yeah, this is group 2. Our group decided on the first point is to approach the community leaders to tell them what we are there to do, because in Sierra Leone here, the custodian of the land is the paramount chief. That is the first thing we have to do. The second point is to visit the land owning family to tell them what we are there to do. Then the third is to do a boundary harmonization that will talk to both parties who are sharing the boundaries. So they will be involved so to avoid conflict. Then the fourth point is to use a handheld GPS to collect the data on the boundary. Because of we are talking about cost, so we have to use the handheld, because one of the members was talking about a GPS that is differential GPS, but now that's in the market, it costs a lot, like $10,000 to $15,000. So we agreed to use a handheld GPS to collect the coordinates on the boundary. The fifth and the last point is to process the data and produce a map for the land owning family. Thank you.
Question over to you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. That was really great. So I would now like to welcome room 3, and we had Mercy Akintola, Alan Kiptu, Alvin Shadrach, David Alegbede, James Apia, and Mark. Yep, so maybe David and Marcus weren't part of these groups live, but that was the group. Would one or more of that group like to please give a quick summary of what your group discussed?
All right, James here will be giving us a group brief on it. We discussed about the fact that it's about a family land. We are looking at trying to avoid conflict. So we try to go for the option of a fit for purpose approach, where it brings on the inclusiveness of each and everyone going by their boundaries. In looking at an area, say like a slum, we actually think using a fit for purpose approach is the best way to go for, especially when you want to use a tool like the smart land map. You actually print out an area photograph. The people, everyone is inclusive, trying to pinpoint their various boundaries. That would help to reduce conflict and also the costs, as we think is also less in that area. And another point that we also look at is using the GNSS receivers to actually help in boundary harmonizing the boundaries in taking out data in such areas. This is what, as a group, we discussed will be a very good approach for the question that was posed to us. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you very much. Thanks, James. And over to you for the next group in the room.
Hello, I'm Khadija and I'm representing group 3. So what we also decided is going with the direct method as well, as in the sense the whole point of surveying is about letting the people know about their plots and their lands, and so they would know exactly what they're going in for, as in the sense we're not only educating the people based on what we're getting them involved in. And also what we decided to do in particular is to go for the GNSS type of method, which is the direct method as well. That way we get them to be involved in the whole aspect of things. And when you think about it, like in terms of cost, they were saying when you bring the drones in Sierra Leone in the first place, it doesn't like work everywhere. It doesn't fly everywhere. So if we use a GNSS method, then we can have access to move from place to place, and also try to show them how it works. We get them involved with the whole process. And also we don't necessarily have to go and take a special unit. We can also do it by lines and points as well. And in terms of accuracy, it is we had a knowledge based on the accuracy from 0.1 to 0.4. Thank you.
Amazing. That was really excellent. Thank you very much. And we've got our last group now online. So we have Alan McCarthy Aisu, Freeman Ali, Israel Taiwo, and Sutoduim Theophilus. So if one of you could please report back a quick summary from your group, that would be very much appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. This is Victor Tyra representing the group. Can you hear me clearly? Okay.
Yes, we can.
So basically, All right, so basically we talked about as regards the Lantino system, we considered 4 factors, which are cost, capacity, time, and accuracy. So vis-a-vis what we learned using Trimble, Smart Land Map, and the conventional approach. So we're trying to make like a kind of a matrix to see, okay, which one is more suitable considering these key parameters now considering. So we find out that sometimes the conventional approach, which most people say is the best, is not always the best at some point because of some limitations and inherent with it. So the fit for purpose approach would be sometimes encouraged due to a local climate like West Africa and thereabout. So basically that's, I would like, maybe I'll call Mr. Taiwo to just maybe to round up if time permits. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Victor. Thank you so much. Roshan, I don't know if we still have some seconds left, but I would like to add that nothing is worth doing if it's not fit for purpose. It's expected to be fit for purpose, and that's the whole concept. What we did in our group was to draw 3 tables, and then we started rating each of the tools that we have been taught in this program, which is starting from the smart land maps, the Trimble catalyst, and then the conventional method that surveyors are used to. And to be honest, all of these things have their pros and cons. I wouldn't want to take your time more, except if you have more time. I can actually show you a slide of what we did during that particular session. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Victor and Israel. Over to you in the room on the ground in Sierra Leone. Thank you again.
Okay, thanks to all group leaders and presenters and group participants for the discussion. This was very helpful, to see how you reflect on the input that was just provided and actually the importance of fit for purpose is really, really high. And I'm really happy that after the lunch break, we will show you some of the results we obtained now in the field, where we used direct and indirect surveying methods. So are there any questions so far? If not, I would say we enter the lunch break. When are we back?
Rashni, what do you suggest for the lunch break? How long?
Well, in the original program, we were meant to start back again at 12:45 UTC.
That's too long.
About now. That won't work. How long do you think is appropriate? How long is too short?
45 seems much. 45 seems much.
Half an hour?
Yes.
Half an hour.
Half an hour.
Less, not less.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think let us come back at 1:20 UTC, and then we can restart again. So in 30 minutes. Thank you very much.
What is the lunch break?
It's the lunch break.
Sylvester.
Okay, let's do it.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are back. How is everything going on the ground in Sierra Leone?
Yeah, we're doing well, we're doing fine, we're trying to settle down, just give us a second.
David, we can't hear you very clearly.
Okay, can you hear me now?
It's a little bit better, yes.
Okay, okay. So,
but it's still quite faint. Are you able to move closer to the computer microphone at all?
yeah, can you hear me now?
It's still quite faint. And we can't see you.
Yeah. Okay. So we are settled here now, and I think we are ready. We're ready to start, to continue rather. We started already.
Okay, so this session is now all about what we did here in Sierra Leone on the ground together with the 3 VCSs. And we will start with quickly presenting triple, catalyst, and PenMap, and then the smart land maps approach. Or should I share?
Yeah, sure.
And then we will continue with hearing what we did in the field and getting some impressions from the VCSs, and then showing actually the results. Showing the results from our mapping activity. So let me share my screen. I hope you are able to see this now. All right.
Yes, it looks great.
So over to you, Marcus. The camera is on.
No, yeah, I don't know.
Wonderful, we can see you now.
Okay, thanks, Talia, and thanks, Rodney. So, what we used in the Sierra Leone in the Rosen village was a Trimble fit for purpose land administration solution. So just the really short sentence to Trimble. So we are geospatial leader in technology. We have round about 17,000 employees round about all over the world. So we're doing much more than just antennas. We're doing software, hardware. Probably you've seen some of technology pictures in Mila's presentation. I think more than the half of the technology is based on Trimble technology. So what we used here, so Claudia said approach. What we offered are tools. So Trimble bring tools or solutions. So the first tool we used in the family land for data collection is PenMap Android software. It's an easy to use software for field work to collect on a base map, which you can see in the application, and you can use GNSS for orientation. And also the software supports multiple data models. You can adjust the data model on your own. For the family mapping here, for family lands, we developed a very short data model together with our VCSs here, and implement that for sure in PenMap. As controllers, we use Android-based controllers. Why Android-based? Because Android-based is available worldwide. It's cost-effective. from the components. And we used one phone like that here for the online participants. But we had also two standard tablets from Claudia. She brought them, so standard tablets you can get everywhere in the world. And the third tool was Symbol Catalyst, which offers us a higher positioning accuracy. So Catalyst is a GNSS positioning concept by Trimble. It's an antenna and a correction service which we provide worldwide. So PenMap for Android, what is it? A bit more in detail. So PenMap for Android is a software, and the software looks like that. So you see in this screenshot, you see the land on an aerial image. And you see the lines from our boundaries, or the points, the boundary points. You can see that also. So you can also digitize on the aerial map, which is then very fast but less accurate. You can use mainly all professional Trimble GNSS, also the Catalyst. We designed the software to use it from everyone. So it is easy to use. Our VCSs get really, really fast the access to the tool, and a steep learning curve for the tool. Okay, next one, the data workflow. So the idea is that PenMap and Catalyst are data collection tools. So we are no storage, we are no information system. So we collecting data or validate data in the field, and then sync or update a final data storage, a data system from the land. So the system support several formats. So you have seen the background maps with an aerial image, but also we can import and export files like CSV, SV shape. We can connect to a geodatabase, DXF, DWG, these kind of formats. We can also create a database connectivity if the country has already an existing database and we can access online. What we see here is a print, so we can also create customized exports for a country if required. That is not a must, but we can do it. So one really nice thing on PenMap and is that you can collect spatial data and see that directly in the map. So collect a boundary, see the boundary in the map. So that helps community members to orientate, and also the surveyors and para-surveyors to orientate in the field if you directly see the point which you have collected in your map, and then the boundary in the map or your position of the GNSS antenna. So these we call spatial data. So parcels or building, agriculture field, these are spatial data, forestry areas, community land, family land, this is all spatial. We see this in the map and can collect additional GIS data, so attributes for each of them. PenMap could also handle non-spatial data. A person, so a questionnaire about a person, a family member, or a family, these are form-based table data, and PenMap could also collect these. So if you're going to family land, you're talking to a family member, you can also collect these data in the PenMap data model. And for sure, we can set the relation between the spatial data, for example, the family land, the family, and the family member. So Android OS devices. So next point. I think we all know Android or operating system device. So there are multiple form factors in the market. There are tablets available, smartphones, ruggedized smartphones. So you can use for the data collection your own device as a community member, as an organization, as the ministry. You can use the device which fits for your needs and also for your business, for your money you have, the budget. Next point, Trimble Catalyst. So I really briefly explained. I will do it very short again. So Trimble Catalyst is a concept by Trimble. So it's not just the antenna, it's the antenna and the service for the high precision. So this service is worldwide available and we provide this service. This service and our VCSs have seen that can work completely offline. So we can work in density area, we can work completely offline in these remote areas in the family land. And we achieved the best thing was 2 centimeter up to 1.5 meter, but I think the average was 60-50 centimeter accuracy in the forest area. So the system is very easy to use, especially when connecting with PenMap, because it's plug and play, just start the antenna and that's it. So it is doable with a very, very short training, and also we did this with the VCSs, very short introduction, short capacity building, and then you get a steep learning curve and can work with the system. Okay, so that is a bit about how to feel this, press this button. It's easy. The system is kind of as easy to press a button to power the system on. Okay, I hope I'm in time. So if you want to learn more, you can scan this code here and you will be directed to a Trimble web page, ffp.trimble.com, and learn more. And now back to Claudia.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Marcus. I will now continue with a short presentation of smart land maps. A very different setting, actually, compared to Trimble. So with smart land maps, we want to accelerate sketch-based tenure recordation with digital technologies. So by combining analog paper-based mapping with cutting-edge digital technologies. We are a startup initiative of the University of Münster, a kind of predecessor of the It's for Land project that was presented from Mila Cueva earlier today. And our mission is to empower organizations with innovative sketch-based tools and services for the digital recordation of tenure. Because the problem is that NGOs, CSOs, or other organizations using paper-based maps, the information stays on the map, or it's very tedious to bring this into a digital format, because you need someone who handles a GIS system, and then either you need a scanner to scan it and put it into the background of your map, or you put the map next to you. So it's also a bit error prone. And our goal is to facilitate an easy and effective automatic digitization process of these maps that were drawn together with community members on area. So when we started to think about our initiative, we did several interviews with organizations doing participatory mapping on the ground, and they really complained about the required know-how and software that it needs for the digitization, about system maintenance and the technical devices to do so. So you need capacity to handle a GIS system, work with coordinate systems, to have a license eventually, and a powerful machine. In addition, as I mentioned, it can be very error prone and time consuming, the digitization process, leading to higher costs for the tenure recordation. The last point, the data literacy and the digital divide, tackles the problem of transparency. So when someone comes to your land and wants to measure it, people end up not understanding what's going on. And with a paper-based map, it has been proven that even illiterate people can get an understanding of what's going on by relating to visible objects on a printed map. So we basically want to really speed up this process of having a paper-based map and then have it as a spatial, a geospatial data set in the tablet. And maybe I'll try to, so there is a video. I don't know if it's, do you think it's possible to share the video?
Which of the video?
On
the, yeah, I think it's possible. Did you share with sound? Did you share your screen with sound? Okay, I'm doing sharing. Don't worry. Where are we? Continue.
Okay, so I might, David is working on the video.
It's working on the video. Okay, wait. Come. You're doing sharing on Zoom?
Yeah.
Okay. There's something you need to do.
Okay.
In many countries, land rights are not sufficiently documented. This often leads to conflict, instability, and the exclusion of vulnerable groups. Efficient yet inclusive tools leaving no one behind are needed more than ever to secure land tenure worldwide. Smart Land Maps supports governmental and non-governmental organizations in capturing all forms of land tenure. We facilitate accessible, sketch-based land mapping processes, allowing the digital documentation of spatial and legal aspects of land rights. Sketching on paper allows communities to interact, discuss, and find consensus concerning the land tenure rights of each community member. Everyone can participate in a sketch mapping session, regardless of age, gender, literacy level, ethnicity, or physical or mental ability. After a participatory mapping session, the sketches drawn by the community members are photographed with a camera and converted to a digital map. Based on state-of-the-art computer vision, smart land map tools efficiently extract spatial information from these digital sketches. We then use semantic technologies to integrate the spatial and legal aspects of land rights. This data is then provided in a standardized format, ready to be used in existing land information systems. We offer both tools and services. We listen first and co-design our mapping solution together with our partners, taking into consideration existing procedures and norms, social customs, local language, and any local requirements for map creation and accuracy. Through partnerships with relevant stakeholders, both globally and locally, we facilitate the capture, storage, and management of land rights data in a sustainable way. Help to enhance tenure security worldwide. Start documenting land rights with smart land maps now.
Okay, so I'll go back to the presentation. So, I mean, in the video, you briefly saw the process that we are targeting on, and we have three main phases: the mapping procedure, then the digitization, and then the validation phase. And the mapping is led by the local entities so smart land maps partners in the country, who are a trusted intermediary and have a relationship with the community members already. The maps are being printed for the mapping procedure, and a questionnaire is filed that can be used on any mobile device. So similar to the Trimble solution, it's also a form-based questionnaire that is used here, allowing to capture imagery or any kinds of different questions. So the data is being captured and then it's uploaded to the to our cloud. And these are some impressions from work we did in Benin. So it's a sensitization. Everyone looks on the map and discusses, and it's really so brilliant and excellent to see how the community members come together to look at the map and discuss. So this part is really valuable in terms of the community engagement. And then it only needs to several pictures that you take from the map and then upload it to the Smart Land Maps cloud, where then the black box of the automatic digitization basically starts. So we use computer vision and photogrammetry methods to automatically digitize the information that has been drawn on the map, including a quality check. So how does this look like? It's first an extraction of the lines and also an extraction of the numbers that were put on the map, and then bringing the information together from the questionnaires based on a spatial ID and exporting them into a shapefile format. So, and then this process is basically followed by the dissemination, because it's also important to show the results that have been collected and the data again, and validate what's been collected. And then this data can then be fed into any existing database, like a land information system. So we really want to strengthen partnerships with that. So particularly agencies facilitating the tenure documentation, local organizations that are specialized in surveying, mapping, and tenure documentation, as well as donors and project implementers who are providing the financial and technical support. And as a last slide, relating back to what we introduced during the Fit for Purpose presentation, the approach is easy, so it only requires a map, a pen, and a mobile device. Of course, it's important that visible objects are on the map where community members can relate to, and we will come back to this in a bit. It's an inclusive process, so everyone can participate in this mapping engagement. It's interoperable because we work with standard GIS formats and data models. It's affordable and it's also scalable because you don't need a lot of training to roll out mapping activities like that. And if you want to have more information, please feel free to get in touch on our website or with this email address. And now I would like to hand over to David, who is reporting on what we did in Port Loco.
Yeah, thank you very much, Claudia. On Tuesday and Wednesday, we were in rehearsing in Port Loco, and some of the the outline of the things that we did on site. That's the process of what we did, which has to do with sensitization, understanding the printed map, marking of boundaries, measuring accessible boundaries with Trimble, finalization of sketched map, and digitization. So I'll be explaining some of these one after the other verbally. So sensitization. So the first thing we did was, after introduction, was to tell them what we have come to do and why we need their support. Then the next stage was, having done the sensitization, to make them to understand the printed map, which has to do with understanding how we are being positioned, where we are, then using the landmarks to describe, to bring to their knowledge what they understand on the true ground, rightly on the map. Then marking the boundaries on the map. So when you tell us, oh, okay, yes, I know this place, this is a school, so we draw, and you keep telling us, oh, you go further, you go further. No, I don't get here, I come this way, there's a swamp. So that was the next stage. Then the next was, now having done the mapping, then validating those points that are accessible on ground. So they took us to the boundaries, and we picked the boundaries using the Trimble catalyst and the pen map. So then we returned back to the community. I don't know whether it's a village square or something, but we returned back to the place because that is where the chiefs have always met us. So to finally complement what we have picked directly on the accessible boundaries with what we have earlier marked, what the previous the individual family representatives have shown us. So we mark it with the black ink to truly identify, to truly define the positions on the map. So these were the stages that we were involved in when we visited the community, and that was majorly our engagement using the Trimble catalyst, pen map, and the Smartland map. So then I will now call on the VCSs to come and share with us their experience using their experience on field while we visited on Wednesday and on Tuesday. So if you want to introduce yourself again, then share your experience, then
Yes, good afternoon again. I'm Sylvester Momo, VCSP and member. With regards to my experience with the Smartland map and the pen map and the Trimble catalyst, to me, it seems awesome. And we have been having tutorial trainings online. So all this while we have been waiting for, the real demonstration of those softwares on the ground. So it has been my expectation, and since we met the technical team, Claudia and Marcus, we went to the Rosint village where they assigned to us to do the pilots. And initially, it was not an easy exercise because the people we are having difficulties in defining their features on the ground, but with sensitizations, they were able to understand the concept and they came on board fully. And both of us, we, the VCSP member and the community, we are able to, to mark those features. And those of the features that we are not clear, we went on the field, you know, to map them out with the GNSS and the pen map. So my experience actually with the smart land map and the pen map and the Trimble catalyst, to me, it's great because you can use your paper map, digitize, and you can use the informations into your geospatial work space. And to me, it's very smart, as the name implies, and it's fit for purpose. Why? Because you do not need much training to adapt to how to use the technology. So we, as the VCSP member, me especially, I like the technology, and I'm looking forward for gain more knowledge and to, you know, cover more communities. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll call on Adam Barry to come and share his experience.
Good afternoon again. I'm Hassan Barry, a young surveyor and VSP member. I'm very happy to be part of this process. We started this in April 2022, when we are selected to be trained, and the VCSP members promised to come to Freetown at that time. So the first date was selected, but it did not materialize. So, but this time around, they came, and on Monday, they were here. We did an introduction, and the ministry welcomed them. So the next day, which was on Tuesday, we went to the field to implement what we have trained during the 6 months since April. We went with Marcos and Claudia. We took the map. First on Tuesday, when we got there, we used the map to identify the boundaries, which the people, the community members embrace. They embrace, but at first it was difficult because some of them have never set eyes on those maps. But with the first day, we trained them and they accepted it, and some of them were able to identify. I think 5 of the plots we are able to identify on the map. So the next day, which was on Wednesday, we went there, and all of them were able, the remaining people were able to identify their boundaries, and it was completed for that village. Then we used Marcos, introduced us to another technology, which was the Trimble, the pen map, and we went there with also the villagers, the community people, because we wanted them to be involved. Then we went to their boundaries. First, we took there was a small parcel which was owned by Mr. The family name is Kanu. We went there and used the Trimble and Catalyst to collect their data, which we brought back to the village and identified it on the map. So that was what happened on the second day in Rusint. So thank you for this technology. I learned a lot, and I'm ready to learn more. I'm willing. So we, Sierra Leone, we need this technology now because we are transforming our local base or traditional method to the technological method. But because presently our tools that we are using are archaic, and we are still using the tip and the GPS now, which was introduced in 2014. But those are not enough. because the other people, the other countries are moving ahead where we are still using those traditional. So thank you for bringing this technology, and thank you very much. And we need more. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Azan Barry. So I have the last person who was not originally shortlisted as a VCS, but somehow we met with her and we're told she has an interest in surveying. She has a background in architecture and planning, and she wanted to know what surveying is all about. So Tuesday and Wednesday was actually our first experience on the field as a para surveyor. So I'll allow her to share our experience with us now. Khadija, you're on.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Khadija Kaba, and I guess my two colleagues have actually explained what happened in the field. What I would want to lay emphasis on or highlight is the fact that smart land mapping and Trimble has a very simple and easy way of using, as in the sense, even the people that are not like well educated can actually be involved in the process and can have the ability to use the appliances that were involved. First of all, we went to the sites, like they mentioned earlier, it was hard for the people to actually comprehend what was happening. But after the sensitization, they were all involved, like they wanted to know more, they were involved. This is a good thing because in this case, the people see what's happening with them, like what's going on and what's the whole process about. So they don't have doubts in their mind and they don't have anything, they don't have any other negative thoughts in their head. They're involved in the whole process and they see what's happening. And also what I would like to address is the outcome of it all, the training. We got to use the smart land mapping as in bringing the people together and showing exactly what we gathered and how it can be shown on the map. And secondly, we went on the field and we went with the people directly to the field and they were involved in the process of it all. Also, it's a new technology and in my country per se. And I would say I was really, really happy. I still am really happy that I was involved in the whole process. And it's a really great experience for me, not only in the sense of surveying, but also in my architecture and urban planning aspect of it. Thank you very much.
Hey, thank you. Roshni, I have a new friend for you. I know you would love to meet with her.
I would love to meet you. Yeah.
Yeah, so those are comments and from the VCS. So I'll hand over to Claudia now to continue. Thank you.
Yes. So now we will show a few results. So yeah, Marcus, you can start.
Oh, yeah.
I will put on the video for you. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Claudia. What we see here now on the screen is the map features. So we, in the time from 90 minutes, we collected roundabout 26 points. We walked one family land area. This is the orange closed geometry there. This is a family land. We walked that with the local community people, and they told us this is walkable. So we used the path in the forest. So there was no clearance of boundaries because the people from the families told us we can walk that area with the existing path. So no additional effort. We collect these points. So best accuracy 2 centimeter, lowest accuracy 120 centimeters, in average round about 60 centimeters. So also in this area in the forest, right? So the blue triangle was that the local guides explained that there's another area from a family we can also walk the complete parcel. We started, and then we need to interrupt because the boundary was not clear, was not clearance. So there was too much vegetation. Thanks, Claudia. So so we interrupt. So the southern part is correct. This is the walk part, and the northern boundary, which is one straight line. This is just closing the parcel, but this is not correct. This is the interruption of the parcel because it was not walkable. Then we decided to have this northern orange line because this is also a walkable boundary. So we verified these boundaries with GNSS with a higher accuracy, but we just could walk one parcel in total and close it.
Okay.
Okay.
So now with smart land maps, we now it starts to rain. Sorry. So with smart land maps, we produce this map. So I also have it inside here. I might not. It's
the air condition is raining actually.
It just gets a bit wet here. Sorry for that. So here you see a picture of the georeference map that we produce in the field. So for those that are here, this is the physical map that is just shown. It was an A0 print out, and yes, it took us roughly 4.5 hours to come up with this map, including the sensitization, the map understanding, and a lot of discussions among community members where exactly the boundaries are, if this swamp is still included or not, and also including the textual data that has been collected with a digital questionnaire. The digitization itself took 1 hour, so we took some pictures of it. Once we were back in Freetown, we could upload it into our cloud system and then run the digitization, where I will show the result in a bit. So overall, we collected 11 family lands during that time and 1 community land. On the accuracy, you can imagine that this is really hard to tell. It is the agreed boundary between families aligned with visible objects. You may also notice that it's quite forested in that area. So it was really challenging for the community members to see where their boundaries are in the vegetated area. So when I uploaded the pictures and my colleague ran the
Claudia, we've lost your audio.
The network, the internet. Okay, so can you hear now?
I can hear you now, David. Yes. Yes.
We obtained this shapefile of the community. Oh, you should be able to.
It's dropped out again. I'm so sorry.
Look at it.
Okay.
Now it's
So
back.
I hope you see the red lines on the background ortho photo. So these are the automatically digitized lines from the paper map that we collected.
Something like
Okay, and I think this is it for now from the results. And we would now start the hands-on session on the tools, where we divide the group here in a room in two groups. One group goes outside with the catalyst for 45 minutes. 40? And the other group stays here, and we will do an exercise with smart landmarks, and then we change. And the online participants are invited to have a look at the materials that were provided in the MOOC session.
You can look at and probably maybe return in how many minutes now?
90 minutes.
And return back in 90 minutes
This is
for the discussion.
yeah.
Yeah.
When is it? Is it 3?
Is
I think there are some.
yeah, this is freezed already. There's something else here.
Yeah, we're trying to solve the IT.
Okay. Hello, Roshni.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so we're breaking into groups here for 90 minutes. So I don't know if you would interact with the online participants and probably let them return in 90 minutes time. That's in 90 minutes time. I think that's better
Right.
to use because we are on different time zones, so it might be difficult to.
Yes. So for everybody who is joining online, the team in Sierra Leone at the moment are going to do an activity that is hands-on, so we will not be able to join. Instead, what I recommend is that you take time now to go to Google Classroom, and if you have not finished the MOOC, then you can spend the next 90 minutes working on the MOOC. If you have completed the MOOC, then I recommend reviewing the videos that Claudia and Marcus have posted in there, thinking about any questions you might have for the next part of our session, and we'll see you back here in 90 minutes. Thank you very much.
Okay. Do you have your mic? You need to turn off your audio.
It's my audio that's. Please talk again.
Okay. Rosny, can you hear me now?
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay, no problem. So we are done with the. No. We have a.
But
We
it's
have
your
an echo.
Can you put your thing on silent? Is it better now?
Are we good now? Let's go the other way. Let's go the way.
There's echo.
But can you speak now, David?
So, Claudia,
without your
Claudia, you're quite clear and I don't hear echo from your end, but there seems to be echo on David's end.
Okay, can you hear me better now?
Yes. Wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah, so we are back from the hands-on the tool. So we had the two sets of people and the two groups experience the smart land map and also the Trimble catalyst. At the same time, we've done the switch and everything. This is really okay. So everybody is excited, not tired, anyways. Because everybody's excited to see that everyone is excited to have experienced how everything works and the technology. So we'll now go to the SWOT analysis. So Roshni, can you share the link to the SWOT analysis on the chat box while I share on the groups that can get across to everybody. So the VCSs can have it on the groups and distributes among their friends. So I have it shared now. So you can try it out.
But how do they get the link? Okay.
They are tools. It's on the group now.
Can we have a QR code also? No.
Yes. Roshni, please, can you get a barcode for us so that people can scan?
Yes, give me 1 minute to figure out how to do that. Sorry, I'll get it.
So you can share the people that scan. Don't worry. Let's wait some seconds for the barcode to come so that those.
Okay, it's not a QR code, but I've created a really short link. It's
no, we share. So, but I've sent you. So
You can use this QR code.
yeah, so you can join and stand. So you can stand the screen, please. No. Are you able to?
I get it. So.
Also iPhone muss eine App runterladen.
Oh, sorry. You still need the code?
Okay, das funktioniert auch nicht. Ja.
Have you all been able to stand?
No. It's not good.
Hmm? Yes, it's the same with me, but I'm not downloading it now.
Okay. So they respond to this later.
So are you all familiar with a SWOT analysis? So SWOT means strength, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And they are all put in a kind of matrix. So you have the strength over here, the green ones, the opportunities just below in yellow, the weaknesses in purple, and the threats in kind of turquoise. And now everyone is asked to write some sticky notes what he or she thinks are the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats of those two tools that you just experienced. David, I thought we have two, or we just mix it up. I mean, are we now talking about the catalyst? Yes, but about what? Ah, but which one?
Anyone, just take it.
But they are already starting, right?
So just quickly, in order to be this platform is called Mural. If you hold down your right mouse button, you can move around. So you can move to the place that you'd like to. And then if you put your cursor where you'd like to go, you can zoom in and you can zoom out with your scroll button. To create post-it notes, you can click on this little button on the side, the square with the little sticky corner up. You click there and you'll be able to drag a post-it note of your color or shape onto the section that you want. And then to start typing, you should be able to start typing straight away. You can zoom in to get to your text. If you want to select a different post-it note, just click on it, double click on it, and then you can start typing. If you would prefer, you can also just double click on the screen and automatically a post-it note will appear that's similar to the ones around it. And then you can zoom out and zoom in wherever you like. So just drag with your with your left mouse button. Back to you, Claudia.
Okay. So we are now doing the SWOT analysis. I think, David, it's good to always mention the technology first and not do it now in a sequence, because I think it will take too long, but rather write Trimble or SML for smart land maps. And then a colon, and then what you ever want, right?
Yeah.
Is this clear? Or just put your sticky notes.
Ich bin nicht, was das ist. Deswegen, ich habe das schon gesehen, ich habe das schon gemacht, aber ich habe das schon nicht. Das ist nicht viel von der Das ist nicht viel von
And I mean, for those who cannot access this now, we can just directly discuss it here in the room. Because I think it's very convenient for the online participants. But now here with a smartphone, it's relatively tricky, I would say.
Let's start with one section.
Yeah. So I see the online participants already put some opportunities. Always goes away when I go somewhere else. Okay. David, what would you suggest? What? I didn't come up with this idea. No, okay. Let's zoom in. Nee, warte, ich muss das nur. I have. Okay. So. I suggest we wait 2 more minutes.
Sorry, I don't know if I can speak. Mr. David, can you duplicate this SWOT analysis like into two so that we can compare? We can know which one we're answering, either the smart land or the one with Trimble catalyst.
Can you duplicate?
1 second, I'll organize it.
Nee, das sind nur die Screens, die gerade. Yeah. This is a different, yeah, das bei der Movie.
This is another tool from the move, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. This is another tool now. We're using a lot of tools.
Okay. So shall we just talk about it here in the room and see what is in the board in addition? Okay. So maybe we first go to the. Can someone press the okay from the IT? Okay, so we start with the strength, right? Please, all online participants who put already something in the SWOT, check again if this is on the correct technology. Now we created 2 columns. Okay, maybe first a question in the room. Where do you see the strength of PenMap and Catalyst and of smart land maps? Now that you experienced both during the hands-on session.
If you don't have the possibility to add, you can just raise your hand and tell us here.
Yeah, the people here can talk.
Yes.
Then,
Yeah.
Then those online, so maybe if there's problem with it, they can also.
Is everyone working here online? So everyone fine? Do you want to talk about?
No, I don't think that anyone is working online.
Okay.
So they should share.
Okay, so please go ahead. Otherwise, I select.
For me?
Yes.
I think the technology is easy to use.
Yeah, I'm working online.
It's accurate and easy to use.
Okay. Probably. So it's accurate and easy to use.
Okay.
So maybe I'll just write it down here. It's accurate. Who else wants to say something?
Anyone else here? Yes. Here, David.
We need more training so that we can
You need more training to really get into the technology.
So this is probably not the strengths, but rather the weaknesses.
For which tool? For the PenMap tool or for smart or both? Both of them? Okay, both of them need a bit more capacity. Okay. Anyone else? You someone?
You understand? But I witnessed the training outside, the one that we are doing. As for me, that one is somehow okay for me for the moment. I'm going to do the that I'm talking about. Because what you need to do is to hold that instrument and then you move from one point. There are a lot of variables to get in your tablet. Then you have your points, you know. Then you do your movements. So for me, that's what is somehow helpful and somehow understanding, because actually able to have a little understanding about this. For me, it's somehow more training, more participation, be able to learn faster. Yeah.
So much as I'm one of the online training participants. So I feel so excited about this VSP because the last time we applied online together with Sylvester and Barry, which I was fortunate to select, but by then it was unfortunate for me. So yeah, at this time point, I'm so excited. Then what I want to suggest, being that it was selected on the manual that the training is for a day. So what I want people to do for Sylvester and Barry, we need to have some of these devices so that they will be with all for the fact that they have best people to train the device. Then again, they will be our trainers as a training, so that the knowledge will be more work. Yes. So that is my contribution there. I'm so excited. I'm so happy. Thank you for giving us this platform. Yes.
Yeah. In concern of this, Denmark, I experienced something. Yes. Something you know, most of us here can attest to, because it increase your confidence in your points you collected. Not as compared to the other devices that gives inaccurate points that you can collect your coordinates and all. So that one main point I derived from the exercise below. Yeah. Confidence.
Yeah. This is one of the online participants. It's actually a great activity for us to witness short and from the exercise we took outside. It's a great opportunity for us. And I'm happy for the time we use is not enough for us to get all that we need. We need more time, more training for us to be more used to the tools so that with time we will be able to transfer this information to our colleagues and also make better use.
Another strength of the survey, the one that we did, I think, is a catalyst. I don't know if you can clarify. The one that we did outside.
Yes.
Yeah. Another strength is that it's more accurate. It can, I mean, we use time, you can work faster with it, and then you produce a perfect result with it. Yeah.
What is about smart land maps? We heard some comments to the pen map and catalyst. What is about the smart the images which here in the office and your drawing.
Yeah, for those ones also, I believe that with the training we work faster with it, even though we haven't got much understanding. Yes, well, I believe that in the subsequent job, we'll be able to more distinguish between, we're going to distinguish more between the two. I mean, we will have more ideas on it. For this one also, we were able to produce results as a fast at this with it. We really like learn a new thing because we're able to create math, and then you have some understanding because we're going to ask you whether it's family land or whether for private, you need to learn all those things by using the tool. Other than the traditional means of going to working from long distance to learn with people, everything is in your tap. Just sit down and do this one thing.
I want to say thank you. So this one that was interesting. I was not selected because I don't know whether because line calls. So I don't know whether we are going to continue or not. But we just joined here today.
Guys, we have a lot of feedback happening at the moment. Sorry. Oh no, we can't hear you at all now. This said, it's fantastic to see some of the activity on the board at the moment. So anyone who is online and those who are face-to-face, please do continue to use the board to share your ideas so that they can be captured in the conversation on the ground.
Hello, Roshni. I can't use the board. It's asking me to install the application because I'm using my phone. So can I type out what I want to say in the chat box? And then
Yes, please do. Please do.
okay.
If anyone is having the same problem and can't put anything on the board because your phone is asking you to install, please don't worry. Type anything that you would like to say into the chat on Zoom and just say which box you'd like me to put it into. So for example, for smart land maps in strengths, and then I will place it into there for you. Thank you.
Roshni, can you hear us better now? We
Yes,
just
I can
changed.
hear you.
Okay, so we're having some interaction here, and the people on site are sharing their thoughts about the SWOT analysis. So I think it should be more audible now. So can we continue?
Yes, please. Thank you. I'll continue to add in anything from online, and hopefully that helps.
Okay, thank you. So who else wants to talk about the SWOT analysis?
Talking, get a permit. Yes, to get a permit from the, and then you can go this close approaches fiber.
Oh yeah, thanks very much. For me, I think it's a great opportunity having people who are experts here to give out their experience, skills, which I think they contribute immensely to achieve our desired goal, how we can enhance land administration in this country. Of course, in terms of the strength and weaknesses,
the practical, hard-on practical experience have given us an insight and have equipped us on how to utilize most of this advanced technology to help in preventing some of the conflicts that do arise when we talk about lands management. Notwithstanding, one of the strengths, I think, is the point of accuracy, precision, which I think very important. With the use of the Catalyst software, I think it gives a kind of precision in terms of points, lines, and spatial mapping, which I think is very fundamental when we talk about land mapping. And also the area of accuracy, precision, which I think is also very fundamental, because the practical experience we've had, I know it's a bit challenging because it's the first time, it's new technologies, software, which I think it needs time for some of us to really digest some of these practical experience we have just had. I'm quite sure there are problem timeliness, I mean, in terms of meeting your desired objective, but on a more useful note, you have made tremendous progress in achieving some of your objectives. The only thing I would, if there are a possibility for future training, at least to incorporate and extend the days so that at least people have had an experience of how to be familiar with some of this new technology. Because I know there are other technology they've used for land mapping. I think Kobo and other software being used. And then, because I would not want to extend so I just want to thank and appreciate the experts who are here to give us the little they have. At least I'm sure it's not an easy task, but as time goes, I'm sure we'll be familiar with some of the software. I'd like to thank all of you for being here with us. And I think so. Job well done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So who else? Do we have people online that want to share? Maybe we just take two compliments. Or we just leave it to the Moria Hub and harvest them later. Do we have people who want to make comments?
Yeah, David, can I?
Okay, Tommy.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think the sessions have been quite enlightening, and looking at the workflow and also the time consumed and the level of accuracy that was achieved. I think these tools are very much important for land administration. And I'm quite happy that they are new tools and they are being introduced here in Sierra Leone. And I think moving ahead, it would be nice also for sustainability for this to be introduced to other sets of people, not only within government or those that were fortunate to be selected for the VCSP program. So it's a start. But the maps that we have produced and the workflow, like the community engagement, citizen participatory, I think it was quite outstanding, and I feel good. It's just sad, unfortunately for me, I couldn't join you guys in Freetown, but this session throughout the day has been very much enlightening, and I hope to catch up sometime in the near future. But I think this is great. Thank you. I'm certain that everybody that participated learned a lot. Yeah.
Just summarize what's been put on the.
Okay.
Okay. So I will now briefly summarize. I will share my screen. Summarize what's been put on the board. Okay. So I start with the strength. So for PenMed, it's about an easy to use platform and the accuracy. And yeah, someone said just on a click on the phone, I'm good to go. So this is really modern surveying technology, I would say. It's also creating synergies across platforms. Easy to integrate, easy to use, easy to access, and it gives confidence in point measurements. So when we then look at smart land maps, it's about also the ease of use, but in a different way. So it said, someone said, it doesn't require a lot of labor. It's easy to access the property information, making it more efficient. Easy to implement. Fills a much needed use in existing workflows. So I think essentially both the pen map and smart land maps, with both their approaches and differences, are both very easy to implement and to use. So this really fulfills the fit for purpose, one of the fit for purpose requirements we talked about this morning, I would say. So now let's look on the weaknesses. I again go first with PenMap. So it says more training needed to fully understand. More physical training. Most people don't know the tech involved. Well, I think once more training is provided, you can also solve this weakness. On the smart land map side, the weakness is certainly about the accuracy, because the data depends on the input, the background image, which could lead to inaccuracies. And again, here more training is needed to fully understand process, and it also needs verification. Although a comment from my side here is that when you have this community engagement and have a proper map understanding, this in itself is usually a very good verification process. But it can also be combined, and we will come to this in a minute, with proper verification methods. Okay, so I move on to the opportunities. The PenMap certainly is a leapfrog technology, so it's cutting edge technology. It can be used for a wide range of applications, a tech-savvy platform. So for those who love tech, it's just the right thing.
Sorry.
And it's someone also mentioned it mobilizes people in all environmental worlds, and it can be easily adopted because surveyors are used to GNSS technology. That's certainly a point that's also important, because it's usually easier to do something that you are already familiar with to some extent, rather than changing completely the procedure of mapping. So just when we look at smart land maps, I think, yeah, the opportunities really are that it can cover larger areas than pen maps. It's just this difference between direct and indirect surveying. It can also be used for a wide range of applications. So basically, including urban planning, zoning, and real estate development. And yeah, technology and procedures are available. So the mapping guide for those who follow the MOOC session gives you already some ideas of the procedure. And last but not least, the threats, the concerns. So with PenMap, this mainly relates to costs and timeliness. And someone also mentioned the technology is a little bit complex, but again, I think this can be solved with a bit more training. Overall, it's also, this stands at just a borderline. It really needs capacity building. And I think this is something that also gets very, very clear during now this workshop, and also with your feedback, that this is really, really important. Lack of interest from leadership might be a threat. And for smart land maps, someone mentioned that privacy concerns may arise if personal information is included on the map. And someone else also mentioned that the accuracy is not easily ascertained. Okay, so I'll leave it here for the summary. Does anyone in the room would like to add or comment on this? Or from the online participants? David, is the mic still on?
Yeah, so.
Okay. Okay, then I suggest, shall we move further?
Yeah, just go straight
To the closing?
to the closing. Yeah. So,
People slides on the combined report.
proof of concepts. We should do the proof of concept. Yeah. So if you want to do that one.
Should I?
Yeah, let's go to proof of concept. Then we close. Then I'll meet you there.
Okay, so it is. Can the online participants quickly confirm if they can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, that's good. So now I think we continue with our conclusions from the VCSP here in Sierra Leone, and some closing remarks from David. But I will start and then.
The proof of concepts.
Yes, I will start with.
Do that then. Yeah.
Okay. So let me stop sharing. Okay. Okay.
Just to let you know, it's not in presenter view. Thanks. Great.
Okay,
Thank you.
now we go. So, the whole day was about direct and indirect surveying, different techniques, opportunities, chances, technology, community engagement. And just to summarize, direct surveying with Trimble allows a direct orientation and access to the boundary location. I think that's now really clear. It's reliable accuracy that is achievable and delivers on a need for accessible boundary points. The indirect surveying with smart land maps is really strong when it comes to the community engagement. And we also heard from several sources today that this is crucial, particularly in customary arrangements, as you have them here in Sierra Leone. That trust has to be built with the community members. It's also an observation that the map understanding improved over time. And we also should say that the mapping went well with visible landmarks, but the community really had issues with forestry areas. So by having those observations, we basically try to see the pros and the cons of both approaches and see how can this work together, because it's not only one or the other. It can actually be a pretty nice combination. So the things that are highlighted in green are beneficial or are positive of the approaches, and the ones in red might have some disadvantages. So by combining them, we can actually create synergies of those approaches. And you see it here on the picture, nicely illustrated. what's been mapped with the Trimble catalyst also supported the mapping with the paper-based map. So in areas where a map orientation was really difficult, we went to the field and collected information. So how does this combination of direct and indirect mapping approaches could look like? You first have a rough orientation with the printed map, get an understanding of the location of the family land. And on a second step, you go for individual family lands mapping with GNSS and paper-based maps. So you use the paper-based maps to map the general, well, as a general approach, to map those objects that are visible and that are really clearly locatable on the map. And for those areas where this is not possible, you go in with the GNSS and map points where otherwise the map orientation turns out to be very difficult. Okay. Yes, so this is basically the main conclusion we actually draw from those activities here during the past 2 days. Markus, would you like to comment on this?
Compliment for you that you summarized. Compliment for you that you summarized it so well. I think it's important that that approaches or tools can combine to achieve what is needed. So there's no one is better than the other one, so you can combine it and use it for the purpose. Right? So this is the topic, and you can use it. So and the other stuff, Tonya, really well summarized. Thank you.
Okay, so last chance for Q&A before we close.
Questions? Do we have questions? Do we have questions, feedbacks?
Yeah.
You want to ask a question?
Oh, Israel has a question.
When are we going to have our next training?
Okay, what next training?
Okay, cool. David, what
I'm talking about the phase.
Israel has a question. Israel, go ahead.
Israel, you and mute.
Yeah, mute.
Good evening, everybody. I mean, hi everyone now. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, I think my video is traveling faster than my audio. So I would just try to talk faster than I appear. Okay, good evening, everybody. And good evening, Marcus, David, Claudia, and everybody in Sierra Leone. And I want to, congratulate you guys for a great workshop. I just want to drop this idea concerning the fit for purpose approach. And I didn't have enough time to reflect on what my group did, but I feel like this is a good time for me to quickly just say one or two things about it. Foremost is that I would like to start from where Marcus just ended, that it seems there is no best approach. It's like we have a combination of two approaches able to deliver the product. And coincidentally, though not well done, not scientifically, myself and my group, we worked on a document and we were trying to compare Trimble, we were trying to compare smart land maps, we were trying to compare the conventional approach. And then two came high, which of course is Trimble and smart land maps. And then the conventional system came a little bit lower than the two of them. And then the two that had a tie, I must confess that we had strengths in certain aspects, and then we had weaknesses in some aspects, and it cut across. Like for Trimble, it's obvious that surveyors will have the familiarity with GNSS, and then it becomes easy for everybody to adopt. And then for smart land maps, I know you can cover a large area with any GNSS, like you can cover when you're working with imageries and then trying to map it out from that aspect. But of course, it all depends on who does what. So I just wanted to give this personal opinion, like it's all about fit for purpose. And I do believe that in particular situations, one method will be fit or fitter than a particular method during a particular purpose. I don't know if you understand how that sounds, but I know that it's all about being fit for purpose. And obviously, even in getting use of smart land maps, you need to establish maybe ground controls or things like that. And just like that. Thank you so much, everybody. And thank you for a very excellent workshop. I'm sorry now, that that you're listening to is a sign for me to go and rush somewhere to pick the children. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, do we have more? Okay, the surveyors that are in the ministry, here, please can we get a feedback from you? You are the ones doing the survey, so I would like to hear from you.
I just want to thank all the trainers, and then this is a very big experience to us in the ministry, especially David. Some of the things we saw them the last time when we are doing the parcel survey under FAO, land tenure system. And when I see some of this stuff, it's almost similar. They have the same functions. And the only problem that we have, some of these organizations, they came and do training maybe once, they will never come again. We need most of these trainings. In the ministry, we are doing a lot through Mr. Jobo Samba, because we have to thank him. All this training is because of his own efforts. And then we are happy, and that's why we are here today. We are happy, Mr. David, and then we have some of us want to be part of the organization. Although we are not fortunate to be part of it, but we are here now appealing to you that we want to be part of it, because we see a lot of things that happen into it, and then we want to be part of it. We want to be part of the training. Then thank you very much. We learned a lot today, and then we hope to see you frequently. We hope to see more training like this, because if we have more training like this, and then the ministry will have more new ideas, and then I just want to say thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. That was nice. I know we'll get something from them, because Jobo told me they are the ones working in the ministry as surveyors. Yeah, so do we have other feedbacks?
Indeed, it's a great experience.
Good day, everybody. I don't know, can I speak, Mr. David?
Hold on. Someone is speaking. So once the person is done, I'll let you come.
As I was saying, since this morning, I've learned a lot. It's a good thing that this technology has been introduced. Because the Ministry of Lands is going digital, and this is a great idea. The Deputy Minister, I believe, welcomed the idea. They discussed that with us, and is the one who called us this morning to be part of this training. And we are learning. And as my colleague said, we need more of this training. We need more. We just don't want this training to stop here. We need more of it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So now, Mr. Victor, please, you can speak.
Okay, thank you very much for thank you very much for the opportunity. When you said those working in the Ministry of Lands, is it just apt to Sierra Leone alone or generally?
No, I was trying to get comments from the surveyors working with the Ministry of Lands in Sierra Leone.
Okay, I wanted to see something along that line, but from Nigerian perspective, if it's fine.
Oh, well, I can give you a minute. So let's hear from you, sir.
Okay, so for my experience working at the Ministry of Lands, I think I would go for both systems, the Smart Land Map and the Trimble Catalyst. Trimble Catalyst for more precise job, position fixing. Then the other one maybe to get more attribute data or other ancillary data to regards the relating to the land tenure system. Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. I want to believe this is the end of questions. I think we don't have questions, but we've taken a lot of feedbacks already. So we have questions, but those questions, I think it will be after the event. So the Sierra Leone guys physically present here, you would have to wait after the closing remarks so that we get to talk just 10 minutes. So we get to talk, and I can now answer the question you're asking. That is the phase 2 of this pilot program. This is phase 1. We've trained the VCSs, and then we're going into the phase 2, which will now involve all of you. So let me do a recap of what we have done so far. This journey started. Okay, somebody is requesting for something. What question? I don't see any question. The question can be answered there. So I don't see any question, so I don't know what question.
There is one question open in the question and answer box, which is a question for Mila. Unfortunately, she's not online right now, but maybe somebody else might be able to answer the question. It says, almost all of the countries in the world, by official law and legislation of countries, surveyors are the only legal entity to capture and lodge land property boundaries. I think all of these technologies, be they spaceborne, airborne, and software technologies for mass data acquisition, recording, and processing for land administration and management systems, does not put the surveyors into consideration and have neglected the traditional legislation's framework. So what is your thoughts on that of the surveyors and the legislation that enable surveyors by law to capture and lodge land property boundaries? Does anyone have comments they'd like to make on that?
The issue between legal frameworks and practice, or the modern approaches and
I think it is the modern approaches. The technology now does not necessarily needs the surveyor to do some of these things, and maybe like a threat. Is it a threat to the surveying profession for them to be rightly involved? Or I think that's where the person is tilting into.
Okay, so I mean this plays down to capacity. If you have thousands of surveyors, of course you can measure the whole country with high, super nice equipment with very high accuracy. But if you have only a bunch of surveyors and you need para-surveyors that are oversight, you know, where the surveyors have the oversight, the deep technical understanding on what has to happen. And they have, you know, to guide all the para-surveyors that might not need a university degree, that might not need to go through a 3 or 4 years education, to being able to collect data with those modern technologies, because it just gets so easy. And so, yeah, the barrier to measure spatial units and to collect data really decreased a lot, I would say, with the help of modern technology.
Okay. Yeah, so the surveyors will always help para-surveyors, train community people to understand the technology, to get the training, and to oversight and to store the data properly and give that in the right direction from the coordinate system and all these really complicated stuff. But I fully agree, to collect data in a country like Sierra Leone, which has really limited capacity on survey experts. These survey experts need to do training and overruling and all these stuff, control work, but do not necessarily collect the family land in the forest, because for that we can train people and give them the work and the tools, and we showed that these tools can really be used by you. You got really short training today. We need to consider that we had with Sylvester and Hassan and DJ, we had a couple of hours. With you guys, we had
No, I'm just reading.
a couple of hours, and here we had a couple of minutes, and you were able to collect some data here in the office and outside with me with the Trimble solution. Consider we have 1 day or 2 days. I'm sure you guys here, you really get what to handle with the technology.
Yeah. So to respond to this message, I mean, I really don't think that licensed surveyors should be afraid that their position is way on extinction, because I think maybe the roles will change. So
Honestly, I don't think anyone is going to extinct, and that makes our situation really very unique, because while all of these improvements are coming, but it is also going to be captured. We're also doing legislative reforms. So we are going to review our laws to ensure that, I mean, all of these are captured so that the surveyors can still continue to do, I mean, this is improving upon the traditional methodology. That is what this is going to offer. It's not going to offer anything new. It's not going to take anyone out of job. What we are saying, there are new procedures that are coming. I mean, for the old surveyors who really are retired, I mean, you know, once you are at that age, you get retired and then you go away. But for the new people who are coming to take up those responsibilities, these are additional technologies they can add to the profession. And we can also make sure our legislation covers all of this. So what we are doing is to move away from that traditional strict, you know, to a technology, to legislation.
But so I fully agree with you there, but I still think that to collect land tenure data of the whole country, you can't wait until you've trained thousands of surveyors to send them out. You have to have a different category of capacity, the para-surveyors, that went through I don't know how many days, months, weeks training to get prepared to collect this very crucial information in the field. And the licensed surveyors have to ensure that those para-surveyors are doing a good job. So because you cannot wait until you I don't know, train thousands of licensed surveyors. And this is why I think really the roles also of the surveying professions changed, not only because of technology, but also because of the need to collect this massive amount of data.
Yes, and this is also, the surveyors are also learning. So you know your traditional surveying. You also now understand these processes and procedures. And it's a matter of situation and what you want to do. I mean, you as a surveyor, you understand this, you can adopt, you can carry out that particular practice based on the situation you are under. For example, I mean, if we are collecting whole lot of information about customary, you are a surveyor, you can fit in, you know how to do this, you can still play your role. You can play your role as a para surveyor, you can play your role as a surveyor using all of this and all the rest of it. Yes, sir.
I think starting to collecting massively data, pedestrian data, tender data, family data, land related data in your country, you need to have para surveyors, trained community people which collect this data. But for the licensed surveyor, and I'm a survey engineer, if you start collecting these data, this will grow your business. You will need, as more data you collect, as more jobs in surveying will grow, especially for professional as well. Yes, so this will extend the business. This will also extend businesses all over your country. Land use planning, building streets, pipelines, and so on. Creating maps, community offices for the data. VIS related jobs. So you will grow business.
Thank you very much.
And lastly, sorry. Unfortunate that, lastly, for us, I don't even think that's the thought. The licensed surveyors are really very happy because I'm pleased to announce to you that we have two people here who are coming from licensed surveyors. It's the licensed surveyors who actually brought them in. I mean, the guy over there and him as well. It is a licensed surveyor who said, I need these my boys to also understand this technology. So in our circumstance, I don't think that's an issue for the licensed surveyors because, I mean, they are also looking forward to participating. Even during the drone training, they also requested that they wanted to be part of the drone training.
Yeah.
So we have a
Very good.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think we would now have to put a stop to it now because we are far behind time. So let me just do a recap of all that has happened so far, so that Roshni and Alan can have a closing. Then I can meet with the young surveyors here. So we've talked about a lot of things. We've talked about how we came on board. So the pilot program, that is the one we have come to do now. We arrived on Sunday, Sunday into Monday. So on Monday, we met with the officials, the project manager for the projects the government is trying to do on land administration and the reform. And also we met with the PS, we met with the Honorable Deputy Minister of Lands and the Honorable Minister of Lands. And they welcomed us very well. And they love what we were trying to do, which is also to build capacity for the upcoming surveyors. Then on Tuesday, we head straight to the community, which is Roasting, right? Roasting community, and the sensitization, I talked about that already, educating them, teaching them how to even understand the map, and so on. And the first day looks a little bit trumpy, but the second day we were surprised that they were really, really waiting for us, and it was more engaging now. And we stayed with them. We're able to do the 12 communities in all, right? 12 family, 11 family land, 1 community land in the village. And today we came in for the live section, and it's been a very long day for every one of us, most especially for Roshni, who is on the opposite time. We're supposed to be fast asleep now. Thank you for taking time to co-moderate this section. We always appreciate you, even though you're playing your role as the VCSP chair. So I will just hand over to you and Alan now for a closing remark. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, David, and everybody here. So I'm coming to you from Sydney, Australia, where it's currently 3:48 a.m. But I am so thrilled to have had the opportunity to stay up and to be here with you, because just seeing the excitement and the engagement that we're having on these topics, it is so important. It is really, really important work that's being done. And I'm so pleased that we've been able to pull together this group online, but especially on the ground in Sierra Leone, who are interested, and there are young surveyors who are willing to come together to collaborate, to put energy towards such an important cause. It's really heartwarming and it's very rewarding. So I'll pass over now to Alan Kiptu, who is our Wisdom Workshop lead for the VCSP, who will offer his closing remarks. Thank you again, everybody.
Thank you, Roshni. So good morning, good evening, everyone. So I'm joining in from Kenya, and I don't know, I'm just smiling because this has been wonderful, awesome. Because if you can see my background, you see I stole the picture from the presentation. So I feel like everything we've discussed is we need really to combine the efforts. Okay, what Smart Land Maps does, what Trimble does. So if we combine them together, we achieve the goal which we really want. So finally, I just want to say thank you, everyone. Thank you for the people who attended the MOOC. It was successful. I'm sure I'll share some experiences. That is to Marcus, to Claudia. I know there are some information which are really critical in driving this forward. So finally, I just want to say, let's all map the world a better place. So thank you, everyone.
Okay, so on this note, we say bye-bye to you all and have a wonderful evening and have a wonderful day, Roshni. Goodbye.
Thank you so much. Thank you to everybody online. And
can we take a
you.
selfie?
Oh yeah, that's a great idea. If everybody online, are you able to turn on your cameras?
I don't want to turn video unless people come behind me or join us. They want to take a picture. I played it already.
Okay, so in the count of 3, 2, 1. Okay, last one.
Right. So
3, 2, 1. Perfect.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
I still have one more assignment here, so let me quickly deal with it. Then Roshni will talk later. Yeah, bye everyone.
Wonderful. Thank you everyone again. And please don't forget, if you're not currently on our mailing list, then we encourage you to join our mailing list. I will just put the link in there for you now, so you'll be able to join and to stay up to date on any upcoming initiatives that we have, more wisdom workshops that we might be putting on, and everything to do with e-volunteering events, in-country deployments, and our upcoming knowledge portal. So I'm just going to put that link into the chat here, and please do join our mailing list. Thank you. A special thanks to Claudia for all of your hard work, and to Marcus as well for all of your hard work. We really appreciate everyone who has traveled to be there today. Thank you. See you soon.
So what I was suggesting also.
I'm going to share the link with you. Don't worry. I'll share the link with you.
Yes, we have to, right? Can all of us?
David, I'll WhatsApp the link to you. And please send me the group photo. Thank you.